Well, well, well. It's Saturday. Not only that, but it's an extended weekend. Got that sweet, sweet Monday bank holiday. So that's pretty cool. And we are back working on my game. I took a break for like a week. I went deep, deep, deep into fluid simulations. And then I pushed it all away into a branch. And I'm not touching it anymore. Not until I have a super use for it. I mean, it's working really well, my fluid stuff. But, well, I don't really have a use for it. So, not yet anyway. We will probably use it when I want to introduce like a vacuum and shiz. But for now, we're working on other mechanics. There's some quite interesting stuff going on here. I finally made a player. And I made some other stuff. I've made these things. What are these things? You might wonder. They're a simplified version of pathfinding. You know, pathfinding was really doing my head in. Mainly because of the whole physics-based pathfinding, what happens when everyone wants to go to the same spot, all that kind of stuff. So I've still got the old pathfinding. It does still exist. It is still here. But I've also made this new pathfinding. Which is more explicit. It's much more explicit. The idea is that robots will move on rails. Not all robots. But I'll be able to have robots move on rails, you see? Which is a lot easier to manage. It's a lot easier to manage. But what's cool is these tracks are dynamic. So I can theoretically add and remove them in real time. And it'll sort it all out, which will be pretty cool. He just pushed that sleeper in there. He wasn't supposed to, but he did. I've redone the sleeper storage. So I've created a sleeper. I think he looks alright, honestly. The character's actually pretty cool now. Like you can... Because he's not a circle anymore. If you can't fit through a gap, you can kind of squeeze through the gap. Which is pretty cool. It's pretty nice. There we go. It's not too shabby. So I've got a player. You can... I've reintroduced the grab mechanic. So you can grab stuff again. We got that sweet, sweet mechanic back. With some animated arms. I know it's not the best animation in the world. But, you know. Does it need to be? Not really. So, yeah, we've got our sleeper caskets. They're back. Redesigned. Sleeper storage is half back. Currently, you can put something into storage, but you can't take it back out again. So we need to do that today. We need to make it so that there's a means by which you can take one of these guys out of storage. Currently, it's not possible. But, you know. That's fine. So we've got our automated tracks. You can put... I think I'm going to make it so you can place these down. Place these down, pick them up. Rejigify them. That'd be pretty cool. So that you can create tracks for your robots to run on. And then some way of moving the robots. So currently the robots don't have physics. They used to have it, right? So you could drag the robots around. Currently, they just live on the tracks. No rigid body. I might add rigid bodies so you can pull them along the tracks, but it's actually kind of annoying to do. As much as I hate to say it, it's quite annoying to do that. But we might do it. One thing I want to figure out, there's a few things I want to figure out. One of them is, I'm pretty happy with sleeper storage. Pretty happy with it. Hello, Sackboy. You are in time this time. So I'm pretty happy with sleeper storage, except, well, one, I've made the sleepers way too heavy. But I'm relatively happy with it. I need to figure out how we're gonna eject. How we're gonna eject people from storage, and also, I don't know. I feel like there needs to be more to it. It doesn't look like a storage thing at the moment. I mean, it does, but it also doesn't. Like, if there's nobody in it, let's move this guy over here for now. And you'll see what I mean. So you can ignore the ghost. That's just because I haven't. Where are you? Camera. Don't render debug. Nice. So this doesn't look like a storage bay. Once the guy's actually in it, yeah, it does. But there needs to be like some sort of wrapping surrounding this, right? Because it doesn't look like storage at the moment. It just looks like, well, what? It doesn't even look like anything really. Let's be honest. I made these things way too heavy. Hang on. Let's make them a bit lighter. And let's make us have a bit more mass. And move a bit faster. That's better. Now we can actually pull and push them a bit more. So the way storage works at the moment is once you line up the socket, it slots into place, all is good. But there needs to be something enforcing that you only slide them in this way. Like the socket needs to have some surrounding mechanism to be like, hey, I'm a socket, by the way. I'm not sure what that's going to look like. But yeah, first thing I want to figure out is how we undock a casket. We could have a button. I was going to have it so that you just pull on the casket, but that actually introduces a whole bunch of problems. So I think we're going to have some way of... I don't really want to do a button. I don't really want to do a button. But it might have to be a button that you can press that ejects the sleeper. Might have to happen. I also want to add... So I've got this little guy. He's ostensibly a maintenance robot. Ostensibly. Currently he doesn't do anything. But I want to make it so that sections of track can be damaged, and then the maintenance bot will drive around fixing damaged tracks. I think that could be useful. What else did I want to add? So there's making the sleeper socket look more like a socket. Making an ejection method for it. I was going to add sprinting. That's really easy, but I was going to add it. There's the stuff around the maintenance stuff. There's all sorts we could do. I like having a non-round character now, because if there's a gap you can't get through, you can kind of cheese your way through it by walking sideways, which is pretty cool. I had quite a lot of trouble, so the legs move independently of the player. They face the direction you're moving, but I had an issue where if you're walking backwards, the feet would face the direction you were moving. So it was like the guy's hips were rotating 180 degrees. It was actually kind of annoying trying to get it so that if you walk backwards, they don't rotate 180 degrees. So they face the direction you're moving, but if the direction you're moving is backwards, they face forwards and reverse themselves, if that makes sense. So you get that walking backwards effect, which works quite nicely. So what should we do first? We need to do ejection. But if we're doing a button for ejecting, then we need a button. And a button would presumably be on the socket casing. I really wanted to avoid buttons. I don't know if there will be... I think avoiding buttons might be too optimistic. Though I was thinking it could be like a monitor. A monitor, and when you interact with it, like some UI element comes up. In-game UI. So like a monitor screen comes up. And that could have a big eject button. Potentially. Could work. I don't want buttons, but I'd quite like a solution where you can like look at a monitor, press a button, and it'll bring that monitor up as a display. I think that could be used for quite a lot of things. I think it'll be a real pain in the ass to do, but I think we could. I think it's worth solving as a problem. I've moved away from Photoshop. I'm using a Asaprite instead, which is pretty good. Quite easy to use. Lets you do animations quite nicely. Yeah, it works all right. So yeah, I want to make some sort of a surrounding for this thing. I think it's working pretty well. But I think we need a separate ground layer, almost. We need some sort of surrounding thing so that when the mechanism is retracted, it still needs to look like a sleeper storage thing, right? And that, I don't know. I feel like it's going to be a pain in the ass. I don't know what it could look like. I was prototyping. It was casing, I think. I had like that, but I think that looks pretty lame. But it was a initial. Let's at least get something. But I think it looks pretty lame. So I'm not sure what the background for this is going to be. I'm not sure. Let's do something I wanted to do, which is where is it? Environment, pathfinding, tracks. So we've got two pathfinding methods now. We've got our free open world dynamic physics-based pathfinding. And then we've also got the track-based pathfinding. So we can use those for different things. Now this track class is horrible. Look at that. And look at this. It's some nasty code. But you know what? It does the job. And it's isolated away. So I'm okay with that. But the track pathfinder needs to say if a link is blocked, you can't go through it. I don't know if I need two separate ones for blocked and damaged. Because I want our little maintenance bot to go around healing the track. So blocked would be like the player is standing on it, right? Then it would be blocked. Or like there is something in the way. Maybe it's a door. Although I don't know if a door would count as blocked. I need to think about that. But for now, the player standing on it, I think, should make it blocked. And I think I do want two separate things because blocked implies temporary. Whereas broken implies, I don't know, non-temporary. So I wonder if a track should have a health level almost. And then you can use it as long as its health is above 0. And its health degrades each time someone uses it. And the maintenance bot can repair it. Maybe something like that. Yeah, let's do that. What would I call it? I'm going to call it its integrity. Sure. And that's cool. And is broken, is integrity is less than or equal to 0. And then in the pathfinding, where are you? We're going to say when you're pathfinding, let's allow blocked to be in the path, I think. I might make that an optional thing we can pass in. But if it's broken, we can say, look, don't consider it for your path. It's broken. It might not get fixed. Whereas blocked, blocked can be a bit different. um, the only issue with that one is the maintenance bot will want to go to blocked links. Bool ignore broken. There we go. So now we can pass in whether or not they ignore it. Most people won't ignore it, but the maintenance bot actually will ignore it. So that's pretty cool. Then in track follower, let's say if you reach your next track, try and decide at what point we should damage. We should add wear and tear to a track. At the point you enter it, at the point you leave it, every frame that you're on it. Probably not every frame that you're on it, that'd be excessive. I think when you leave it might be fine. Current track integrity minus equals, I don't know, 5 for now. We'll probably make that depend on who's going over a track. So if they're heavier, maybe they'd wear it out more. Or if they're going faster, maybe they'd wear it out less. I don't know. Something. But for now, it's just the good old -5. Actually, let's, instead of doing that, let's say current track update integrity -5. And then cool. So now every time someone uses a track piece, it will get degraded. We might want to add something so that as it decreases in integrity, we add visual effects to it or something. We almost certainly will want to do that. But that's cool. So then our maintenance bot let's think about this. He needs... What's he gonna do? Well, actually, this brings into light another thing we need to do, probably, which is have somewhere for the maintenance bot to live when he's not maintenancing. Does he just drive around? Or does he sit in a little corner? Do we give him a home track? I kind of want there to be... I think we had them last time, right? We had the Medbot homes. I want a similar thing. But they might actually be in the walls. Potentially. Yeah. So like Medbot would look like. Can you go away? Medbot would be like chilling out here if this was his home. But I think there would be some sort of... He'd actually probably... I think it'd actually be more like... You know, he'd kind of live inside here. And there would be some covering, maybe with an opening that he'd come out of. Something like that. So it's actually a little home for him. I need to sort out automatically getting their current track. But if we do something like that, so we can give them a little home, that'd be pretty cool. Not really sure what their home would look like. Maybe for now they don't really have a home. Maybe their home is just a definition of a given track. Like this track is your home. And whenever he's got nothing to do, he goes back to this track or something. Maybe. I think I would want it to be a proper home, though. Also not sure how wide it'd be. Depends how big the robots can get, right? Because I've got this shitty little robot right now. But we might want bigger ones. I'm probably going to do some bigger tracks as well. Not sure. Not sure on that one. There's so much of that kind of stuff at the moment that I want to solve. Like little things. Little things that are surprisingly complex. Like undocking. And these guys having a home. And... well, that's about it right now. So, let's clean up everything we've got. Let's apply all of our overrides because they're all legit. Let's save everything. What have I added here? I have added sleeper docking and updated tracks to have integrity. Hello, Comrade Guy. Comrade Guy says, you making a Biblio game? What does that mean? What does Biblio mean? Now, oh, video. Yeah, totally. It's a word you invented. Like bibliothèque, which is library in French, I think. Right, let's pick a problem and solve it. Could say that. Yeah. I will say that. I think we can safely assume that a robot on these tracks I don't know. I was gonna say will only be as large as a single track. But that's not even true currently. Like if these tracks are for small robots, then we have bigger tracks for bigger robots. Things could work. If I give it a minigun, it would be 12% cooler. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. But it'd, in the long term, it would nerf its effectiveness. I missed my sprint button. Maybe I should implement sprinting. Sprint button used to be really good. I missed the sprint button. Ugh. This guy's so freaking slow at dragging this thing. Is it physics based? Yeah. It sure is. In ways your puny mind cannot imagine. Although currently, you probably could imagine them. But some of the other ways that are implemented in the old version but not in the new. Ooh, it's pretty good. But anyway, for now, I guess I could make this guy little maintenance bot. I could move that to be up to. Now he sits happily inside that square. Did that mess with his collider? No, not really. Well, sort of. I think we should shrink his collider down a bit. Cool. So then we want this to be like, we want a new object called a Yeah, I was going to call it like a robo home. But I think robo home is too vague. I think I actually want it to be like robo ho. I see you're putting your wit to full effect, comrade guy. I think home is too explicit. What I really want is this to be like a location where they will go to. And then we can set up multiple. Using all 2 of your brain cells, yeah. It's really paying off. It's really a track endpoint is what it is. Or a destination. It's a destination. So we have a track destination. What is a track destination? Could be anything. Could quite literally be anything. But we do know that that is going to be one of them. And a track destination will have... Well, the thing is, a track destination could be a lot of things. Hello, Treehouse. Treehouse says L. L indeed. Rest in peace, L. Is a destination a game object? Arguably not, you know. Well, if I make it so that each track... So the thing is, right, when a robot's on a track, it's going to have a lot of different places it can go. So for example, the Medbot is a good example. It'll have a home location, but it'll also have a bunch of destinations that are like for the different sleeper sockets. So it'd have to be at home, and then it'd have to look at the destinations and go, oh, is there anything going on here? Or here? Or here? And then decide, yeah, there is. I think I'm going to go there and do my thing. So really, I want a... Like, I need to hook up the socket to a track point and say this track point is the track point for this socket. Like if you want to interact with this socket and you're a robot, this is the track point you go to. That kind of thing. So with that in mind, with that in mind, either the track would need a reference to the socket, or the socket would need a reference to the track. Both of which are pretty shitty options. Unless... No, the track having a reference is fine. Let's do that. So let's say that a track can have a for now. What would we call these? Hello, Mr. Tools. Can it be an elusive Callum stream after all these years and years? Yeah. I spent the last week playing Deathloop, which was pretty fun. Didn't feel like streaming. I've been unwell, coming down off medication. But I was playing Deathloop. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. Maybe these are interactables, right? Things you can interact with from this socket. From this track. Sure. So then we can say... So instead of that being a track destination, that would actually be like... maint bot home. I don't know if we'll go with the home terminology, but for now that's fine. So let's move this guy out of the way. I should really rethink this whole zone. It's still here from my fluid mechanic addiction days. Which, by the way, is pretty much perfected, but I don't have a use for it. So we're working on other shiz for now. So let's make a pretty simple room. Am I getting better from whatever ails me? Yeah! Significantly better. It's still a fairly complex room, but it's fine. So then... You get out of here. You guys get out of here. Don't need all these tracks. This track system automatically plugs itself together, which is quite nice. You just place the nodes and then it creates the path. Which is pretty sweet, if I do say so myself. Let's add another socket. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Cool. So now theoretically, it's probably going to throw an exception when it runs. No, cool. So these would be like interaction points, I guess. So we would set each of these up. To say, where are you? Ew, look at that. It's horrible. So you are linked to, really? Sleeper socket 1. None? Track? Oh, that's links. How do you have no links? Oh, because you're not running, of course. Ignore that. Interactables, there we are. So you are an interactable. Really? I hate that crap. So you have that guy as an interactable. You have that guy as an interactable. Which is fine. I might actually make an interactable component so that we can automatically infer that stuff. But for now, that's fine. So then, what have we got? This guy knows about this guy. This guy knows about this guy. This guy needs a... For now, let's just give him a... like a home. And that's cool. So then he needs a way to, from his home, query for interactables that he can reach. Which we should be able to do. Might be vaguely inefficient, but we should be able to do it. So your home is this track. We can have that automatically inferred as well. But for now, let's just manually set it. Are there amazing plank mechanics in Deathloop? I'm trying to think if there's any planks in it. Yeah, you can kick planks. It does have plank mechanics. It's not the most impressive mechanics of all time. They just block up doorways and you can kick them and they break. But it does have plank mechanics. Sweet, sweet plank mechanics. So, I think our maintenance bot needs to have... we might make this more generic in the future. But for now, he needs to have a state, right? He can be at home. He can be at work. IntelliSense is like, do you want at left, at right, at top? No, I don't. He can be at home, or he can be going to work, or he can be working, or he can be going home. I think they're the only things he can be doing. They're like his 4 states. So that's cool. He starts off at home. So in his update loop, we can say if state equals at home, handle at home. Yeah, it is pretty exciting. Deathloop's actually really cool. It's really, really cool. Don't know if you know much about it, but you're basically playing through a looping day, trying to kill 8 people. But the cool twist on it is that other players can invade your world and try and attack you. So it's cool. You're always being hunted by this person called Juliana. And it's either an AI controlled person, or you can choose to play as Juliana and go into other people's worlds and try and kill them. Pretty fun. So, if the robot is at home, he needs to look for damaged tracks. Look for damaged caskets. Look for damaged anything? Maybe. It is Groundhog Day with guns, yeah. It's pretty sweet. You know, I was thinking about it while I was playing it, and I was like, Hitman is basically Groundhog Day with guns. Conceptually. It's not framed as being Groundhog Day, but it is basically Groundhog Day, if you think about it. Which is cool. If we found a damaged thing, go to its track. That's it. Claim it for fixing and then go to its track. That's everything we want to do if we're at home. So, looking for damaged tracks, that means we need hey area. No. Maybe. We need this guy to have a way of finding them, right? Finding all the tracks that he's linked to. And I don't think we can do that area-based. We might have to brute force it. Which we can do iteratively. But it might be heavily inefficient. Because if I want these tracks to be placeable by the player, which I do, then I can't rely on areas, which is fine. But it means I need a way of knowing everything that this guy can reach. Let's brute force it for now. So let's just make a function. What are we going to return? I don't know yet. Get damaged track. Let's just do it for tracks for now. So, this is where we need an iterative. Let's pass in max integrity. So for this, we need to iteratively do it. So we need to say, okay, we're here. We're on this track. So we need to look at all linked tracks, check their integrity. Look at all their linked tracks, check their integrity. Look at all their linked tracks, check their integrity. Keep doing it until we find one that has an integrity of less than our threshold. Don't know if I like it, but an indie game came out and got good reviews. Terra Memoria. Let me do a quick Google. Terra Memoria. I like the art style. It reminds me of shit. The art style looks insanely like what was that game called? What the hell was that RPG on the PlayStation 1? I know that's really vague. RPG on the PlayStation 1 couldn't be more of a vague term. Shit, what's it called? Oh, I genuinely can't remember what it's called. But the art style of that game looks like a game. Ugh, worst sentence ever. What the hell was it called? I'm looking through all the games. Grandia! Grandia, Grandia, Grandia! The art style looks like Grandia. Like, just like Grandia. um... Sure, that'll work. Uh... Max integrity can be 1. If any track is damaged... Actually, no, let's make it 0.5. If any track is 50% damaged, then your job is to go heal it. Claimed track for healing. Repair. We'll probably want to make this more generic so it's not just exclusively track related, but for now, this is fine. Which means we should also make it so that a track can be claimed for repair. So we need to, when we're looking for get damaged tracks, and current track is not claimed for repair. Cool. If this claimed track for repair is null, try and find one. Otherwise, try and find one and then just chill out. Sure. So we've done that. So if we reach this point, then we have a claimed track for repair. So we need a path. Get path 2, the claimed track for repair, and you can ignore broken. I think. Alright, we need to pass in our start path. This track follower, current track. So go from our current track to the one we've claimed, and you can ignore broken tracks. I think. Yeah, sod it. For now, that's fine. Path to target equals that. If path to target is empty, then we didn't find one. Try again in the future. Oh, I forgot I set up this shit. Let's ignore that for now. That was more test code than anything. I should probably have this so that it only checks every so often. So if we did find a path, then we can say shit, what did I put on track follower? Do I just set track path? Yeah. Equals path to target. And let's change our state to going to work. Cool. So that's the only thing we want to do if we're at home. Except maybe we want to update it to do this. Seconds per path attempt. I'm gonna make it so that home can only happen once every certain amount of time. There we go. So that's relatively cool. I'm going to get rid of that return. But here I can say if damage track equals null, there weren't any, then we'll return. Cool. So that should be fine. I'm gonna nuke that for now, which means I think I'm gonna nuke this. This keeps things simple, eh? So now we should be able to see that he just chills at home, but then if we damage a track, he should go, oh, I need to fix that track. Let's just check he does that first before we move on. He should also get a path to that track. Cool. What? A Stack Overflow? But why? Oh, because you infinitely loop. Of course you do. Shit. Didn't think that one through. This is very much just pathfinding all over again. I need to pass in a list of, let's call it the closed list. We need to pass in the closed list. Shh. So we add the current track to the closed list. And we say if closed list contains link, ignore it. That should stop us from repeatedly bouncing back and forth. Which is pretty cool. Let's try that again. I think I need to reboot Unity. I have had it running for like 3 days. So initially he shouldn't find a damaged track. What? Okay, I don't really care about a Unity editor error. So he keeps checking every second. That's cool. He hasn't claimed any tracks. But if we take this track and we set its integrity to 0.2, he's claimed it. Look, track 7. And he's going to work. Cool. The system works, sort of. So now we know that works. We can say if state is going to work, then what do we want to do? Not a lot, honestly. Uh-huh. If that's true, if there are any, return. Otherwise, get to work. So now he should walk to the damaged track. One step closer. Also, I'm going to restart Unity after this. Enough is enough. This is an unreasonable amount of time to make me wait. Let's damage track 7 again. Good old track 7. Sorry, track 7, you're donezo. Hey, robot. You're a real turd, robot. Track 7. Integrity 0. Claimed for repair. That was literally working like the last time we loaded it. We've not changed anything. He's claimed one, but his state is no longer going to work. But why? Anyway, first, let's restart goddamn Unity. I'm also going to close Sleepkeeper 1. We didn't change anything here, right? Handle at home. It claimed one. I guess it didn't find a path. Did it just not find a path? Yeah, it must be that it never found a path. Must be it. Which is interesting, because I feel like it should have found a path. That's better. Look how much faster that started up. Why are you not finding a path? I did make those changes to Track Pathfinder, to be fair. Oh! There we go. Is broken only matters if you're not ignoring broken. Easy mistake to make. Okay, track 7. This time, you're the chosen one. I should increase his turning rate, really. So he's now on the broken track. That's good enough for me for now. So, then what? If state equals working, handle working. So when he's working, then we can say claimed track for repair. Update integrity. I don't know. You can repair it by 5 per second. If this claim track for repair max integrity equals claim track for repair integrity. We can unclaim it. And we can go home. Cool. Let's just invert that if. That's better. I should probably have that return like... Nah, sod it. So that's cool. He's going to sit there. He's going to repair it. When it's done, he's going to say, I'm going home. Let's check that. We'll obviously want to add some visuals for this. Hate to pick on you, track 7, but it's got to be done. Right, we should see him heal it when he gets there. Well, not see him heal it, but we should see the integrity go up. Nice. 5 per second. Should have probably made that a bit faster. Fully healed. It's no longer claimed. And he is... allegedly going home. Cool. Right, when he's going home, what do we want to do? We want to get ourselves a path if we don't have one. So we need to... I'm going to steal this. Yoink. If this dot track follower track path. No, that doesn't work. So the first thing we need to do, maybe I should do this in the working step. Yeah, I should do this in the working step. we shouldn't just immediately say you're going home. I think we should uncheck that. But then we kind of want to see if there's any other tracks for us to repair, right? Check for tracks to repair. And I've already got a function that's basically called that. But for that, we would basically well, what's the best way to do this? It's tricky because up until now it's been fairly simple, right? You're at home, look for something to do, you've got something to do, go to that place, you're at that place, do the thing you were supposed to do. You're done with that, then you've got this branching thing. You can look for something else to do. If there isn't anything else to do, you can go home. So let's introduce a new state. Looking for work. Which is arguably what at home is. Although at home will also have other stuff in the future. So let's have a looking for work step. But for now, let's not deal with looking for work. Let's deal with going home. So when we're going home, let's just rename this stuff to make more sense. Yeah, so we're going home. We need to see if we can find a path home. So let's yoink. I mean, it's not what I wanted to do at all. Am I just not using these? Okay, cool. Right. If we're going home, we want to, if this track follower, track path, any, if we have a path, just walk the path. If we don't have a path, if this track follower current track equals this dot home. So if we don't have a path and we're home, this state equals at home. Cool. I always do double equals. If neither of these things are true, then we are not at home and we do not have a path to get home. So if the time to the next path attempt is greater than 0, let's just reduce it by time delta time. Otherwise, we can reset the timer and we can actually look for a path. Dung Boy says, "You suck." That's nice. Bye, Dung Boy. Always good to get feedback from a loyal fan. Let's get our path. And our endpoint is home. And we can ignore broken because we're a maintenance bot, so we're allowed to ignore broken. If we didn't find a path, then we can't do anything. That's just life. But if we did find a path, we can set our path to be our track path. And I think that's it. So now he should, well, okay, not all code paths return a value. Yeah, that's fair. Because I made this that we didn't use. But I think now he should go to the track, repair it, go home, which is fine. Then we just need to introduce that extra step where he will look for more work before he decides to go home. So let's see. Let's set it to 45. Look, maintenance bot. What are you doing? Maintenance bot. Interesting. I thought I said 50 or less. Yeah, whatever. Please go home once this is done. Nice. He totally is. Oh, look, its integrity went down again. That's because every time they step on a track, its integrity goes down. But cool. He has gone home. I think when he gets home, he should rotate face outwards again I think that's reasonable. Just that he's prepped and ready to go. But that should now be working. Yeah! Cool. But let's make it so that when he gets home... How would we do that? When you're at home... Turn around? Will that always be true? Yeah. It's a bit of an awkward one though, because all rotation is handled by the track follower, and it just says, look at the node you're going to. But I am going to want something to be able to say, look at this given thing. But even that doesn't really help us, because when he's here, we need to be able to say, look behind you. Look behind you. For now it's fine. Let's increase his rotation speed. There we go. So, we now technically have a working maintenance bot. Technically. But we need to make it so that he will repair other things before he goes home. That's the next step. And then we want to introduce... Maybe add integrity to the sleeper caskets so that he can repair them as well. Because then we can try out the whole destination stuff which I added. Which isn't really a thing yet. Yeah, we should probably do that. Make it so these things need repair. Ooh. If you grab onto him, you can get a ride. Which is pretty cool. Take me home, maintenance robot, to the place you belong. It's not the most useful thing when we move faster than he does. But what if we moved slower than him? Then we could hitch a ride. That'd be pretty cool. But anyway. So now, we just need to implement looking for work, where we look for work, and if there isn't any, we go, sod it, we're going home. Which should be relatively simple, because we're doing that check inside handle at home. Which means arguably we could just rename this guy to handle looking for work. And then when we're at home, all we do is set our state to looking for work. And then there's only one other thing we need to do, which is when we're done working, we need to set our state to looking for work. And if we don't find any work, this is a little janky, but it will work. If we don't find any work, this dot state is going home. And that should work. I think. Let's try it. We can try it by setting 2 of them to 0. Now we should repair one and then the other. That'll be pretty sweet. Should have increased his repair speed, really. But whatever. Nice. And now I just want to check that when he's actually done, he still actually goes home. And then that when he's home, he'll go out on another mission. And if those 2 things work, then this guy's pretty good, actually. Nice. Nice. Okay, cool. So there's just the one issue, which is I'd kind of like him to turn around and face north again once he gets home. But it's not a massive issue for now. So that's cool. So now I would like to make it so that these guys can need healing. But I think what we should do for that is we should move integrity out of track. I think if we move integrity out of track into its own thing that's like needs maintenance, and that tracks its integrity, then we can put needs maintenance on anything, and that will be cool. So let's do that. I don't really want to call it needs maintenance, so we'll come up with a better name. But I think that'll be will it be an interaction? Yes, because we're going to make it so that we can also repair stuff. What would we call it, though? We don't really want to call it needs maintenance. It's not really a componenty name. What would you call something that can be damaged? Destructible? Yeah, it's got too many implications. Can't call it destructible because of the implications. Maintainable? It's not a very good name for a component. Repairable? Repairable kind of works. Sort of. Durability, durable, let's just call it repairable for now. Let's rename this to repair. Okay, so this has integrity, durability, and a max durability. And we can steal where are you? This guy. Yoink. Durability. Blech. Cool. Is broken. Is durability is less than 0 or equal to. I'm thinking about adding a percentage thing in there, but I guess we don't need it yet. Probably want to have some UI or something that shows the durability of everything, so probably will want a percentage at some point, but not yet. Okay, track. You no longer need that, or that, or that. And that's pretty cool. Now, maintbot. You are going to update durability. I should make that just be a check. Is fully repaired. There we go. But now, instead of claiming a track for repair, this is going to be a repairable. Any repairable. This is nice because it means we can make anything repairable, and the main bot will be able to go and find them as long as the tracks are hooked up, which will be pretty sweet. Oh yeah, we need to add claiming. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Claimed repairable. And then here we need to say get damaged repairable, right? And this is going to be interesting. Because we need to look at the tracks, but we also need to look at any interactables that the track has. Which is fine. I think a repairable does need to have a track that it's linked to. Is that true? No, that's not true at all. But it does need to optionally have one. It might have multiple, but for now let's assume one. Interaction track. Let's assume one for now. So we want to say well, we know a track is itself repairable. So let's get that. Cool. And then in here, we can say if current track repairable durability. Uh-huh. Well, this is definitely working with tracks, but we need to return the actual repairable. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This does complicate matters a little bit. Just a little bit. But it does complicate matters. So we want to go to its interaction track. If it doesn't have one, we're not going to find it, so that's fine. But we also, when we're checking the current track, we also want to check all of its interactables. If interactable, well, so if it's not a repairable, ignore it. Otherwise, now there is a very minor issue with this, just a very minor one. But it should be okay for now. Yeah, there we go. So now we check each track and all repairables that are linked to that track. And that should be fine. Mostly. Gets a bit weird once we get to the point of actually repairing, but I think it will work. I think. Oh, right, yeah. Cool. Right. Let's just check that that still works as we expect. But Callum, it won't work as you expect because you haven't set tracks up. Yeah, I know. I know. We need to give tracks repairable. I guess I should make their interaction track be themselves. It might get a bit weird. I don't think we need to do that, but... Right, let's check this still works. Track 7. Get wrecked. Will it still repair? No, and this is why we do these tests. It's fully repaired. There we go. If it's not fully repaired, we need to keep going. Right, this time, I believe. And then, we should be able to make the caskets, the sleeper sockets, fit into this by just giving them the repairable script. And it should theoretically just work. That'd be nice. Cool. Seems to be working. Seems to be working. Nice. So, let's go to the old sockets. And let's just give them repairable. Let's give them, I don't know, 500 durability. Then we just need to set up their interaction tracks. So your interaction track is 12. Need to come up with a way for these to automatically figure this out. Your interaction track is 8. Yeah, we need to come up with a way to automatically infer the interaction tracks. Which will be cool. But now in theory, I don't expect this to work. But if I set his health down to 0, you son of a bitch. Oh, you don't have any interactables. I thought you did. Let's hook these up. We need to find a nice way of automating these as well. Let's try that again. Moment of truth. Uh-huh. 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 Awesome. So now, as long as we've hooked something up to the track network, if it's a repair bot will go and repair it. That's pretty good. Apart from the whole hooking them up automatically. Which is a problem that will need solving. I think we can do it. If we give the sockets a trigger, if we give them a trigger that is positioned at the point that we want the interactable node to be, which would always be here, right? We're only ever going to let stuff interact with one of these from here, I think. Although maybe not. We could add other ones. Basically spaced around it. And we can say the first thing the socket does when it wakes up is it checks that trigger to see if it interacts with a track. If it does, it sets itself up as an interactable on that track, and it sets that track to be its interactable point. Then in theory, it'll be fine. Because for sleeper sockets, I think it's reasonable to say the interaction point would always be here. I think. Although we might end up having them behind them and stuff. But as a first pass, I think that'll work quite well. If we just set up triggers to automatically register it with a track that's in a given position that is the accepted position for a track. That could work quite nicely. So let's do that. So for that, our socket needs a new object called the track interaction point. I think it's reasonable to say that each object only has one, at least for now. And this thing just needs a collider. And the collider has to be, well, all it really has to do is cover the center of this node. We don't need to get too clever with it. Just like that'll do. That's fine. Does the job. And it is a trigger. And do we even need that? Not really. As long as I know where that is. As long as I know where that is in relation to this guy. 7.5. So it's 4 away. It's 4 units away. So really we just need to do a physics check 4 units away for a track when the casket wakes up. Or the socket wakes up. Which is much easier. So, socket, when you wake up, can you all right, we need to know where we're checking. So where we're checking is we need to have this in local space first. We know it's 4 down. So we know it's 4 down. So then we need to say world space equals this transform point from local space to world space. And that will give us the world space position. So then we can just say we can use this little thing I made. We if it's null, we didn't find anything. Otherwise, we can do that. Then we can say, well, actually, we need to get our repairable. Then we can say interaction track equals track, and track interactables add this. What? Can't convert from sleep socket to game object. Oh, you son of a bitch. Fine, this dot game object. And that should work. So now, no matter what orientation a sleeper socket is, as long as it has a track at the interaction point, we should be Gucci. I could make the interaction point be an actual game object, so it's easier to manage, but I'm not going to. So that's cool. That means now, let's verify this. I should be able to get rid of that and get rid of that and get rid of that and get rid of that. No, wait, not that. Get rid of that. Also, these tracks can totally automatically set themselves up as their own interaction track, but I think they do already. So theoretically now, they should still hook themselves up. Now, whenever I say that, something goes wrong. But not this time. This time it's worked like a charm. So that's really cool. We'll probably need to be able to, because we're going to make these tracks be manually placeable, we'll need to be able to, when you place a track, we'll need to check if it hits anything's interaction points, which will be interesting. But we can do that, I don't know, some clever way. I'll be right back. I am back. I have a drink. And I'm going to... Yeah, it's better. Every time I look at the chat window, see if anyone said anything, which is like maybe every 15 seconds, I see those fucking messages from Dungboy. You suck, I'm out of here, bye. Now normally, if I was doing something a bit more interactive, they would get scrolled off by the chat relatively quickly. There's only so long I can look at that every 15 seconds. So, hate to say it, but Dungboy's messages are out of here. It's a sad, sad state of affairs. But what can you do? Anyway, that's really cool. Maintenance bots are now ostensibly useful. They can repair stuff. That's about all they can do. But that's all they need to do. They're maintenance bots. I was going to make their homes be a bit more interactive. I want to solve the problem where I want them to turn around when they get home. It really is an awkward one, though. I think for now it's fine. So the next problem on the list of things to solve is... Let's bring this guy back. Oh shit, the game's still running. Let's bring this guy back. There's a few things. I want to make a track blocked when there is something on the track. There's also this problem. So dragging works, but if you're stood next to something and you start to drag, it doesn't work until you go away and come back. It's a small problem, but it is a problem. So yeah, ejecting caskets, blocking nodes. We'll do blocking nodes first, but then ejecting caskets is probably the next thing. I should have given our guy superhuman strength permanently. There we go. Nice. Nice. I quite like that little squeezing through mechanic. It's not really a mechanic, but it's definitely a thing you can do. Okay. Yeah. Ejecting. Maybe you should just be able to pull on them to eject them. It'd be tricky though, because when I socket them, I get rid of their rigid body so that nothing mad happens. I'd really have to I'd have to give them their rigid bodies back. Maybe attach them to a spring that can break so that it has a level of force that would be required to pull it out. The alternative is just a button that you can press, beep, and then they get slotted out or something. But considering I don't want to do buttons, maybe it should be a lever. When I did that, I thought, oh yeah, this could work. Like it's a little lever and you pull it out physically. Yeah, that could totally work. And it's like, I don't know, here or something. You grab it and you pull it and it goes beep. And then they go tss, and they get unsocketed. That might be quite cool. Let's do that. Let's make a lever that can be used for multiple things. MateBot Home never got used, right? Sorry, MateBot Home. Well, first up, let's commit everything we've done because it's working really nicely. Added repairables and the ability for the maintenance bot to repair them. Cool. We'll need to make some means for us to repair them as well. Maybe multiple means for us to repair them. So that in the pre-bot era, we can repair stuff, but then it's just annoying enough that when we get a maintenance bot, we'll be like, yes. But for now, let's create a new object called a lever switch. I guess it's a lever. And for now, we'll just give it just a generic sprite. Input field, sure. Cool. And these will just live like, I don't know, wherever. But they'll be attached to objects. So a lever, I guess that's the lever casing, really. So it would have a... I don't know what you'd call it. I guess a handle. Let's give it a super generic handle. Sure. And the handle needs to have a... Well, the lever needs to have a rigid body that is kinematic. Doesn't move, but it needs one. The handle needs to have a rigid body that is dynamic. But doesn't rotate. Now this freeze position XY is kind of awkward, honestly. Because it's done in world coordinates. Ideally, I'd be able to say freeze its position in the X for local space. But you can't do that. You can only do it in world coordinates. Which doesn't really work if I want... Like, it works if I only ever have levers going up and down. But if I have levers going left and right? That means I can't use that. Or I can, but it'll be a bit awkward. Yeah, we'll do it with the bit awkward way. It's going to be better than the alternative. So then we need a spring on the lever. That is connected to the handle. And its brake action is a callback. And its brake force, I don't know. I feel like I want it to be a brake distance more than a brake force. You don't get to get destroyed. Okay. So that's cool. Let's give it a damping ratio of 0.8. And let's just see how that feels. I didn't give it a collider. You need a collider as well. Let's see how that feels. Uh, uh. Pretty good. Let's just pull a left and right, but that's where locking the position comes in. So if I lock its X position for now, that's better. We have something that we can pull, but it will fight back. And then we can say, if it gets far enough away from its home base, then we're Gucci. Then we eject the casket. Pretty cool, right? So let's do that. So that would be a interactable. Interactions. It's not really an interaction. It's not really a machine. It's not really a robot. What would it be considered? I'm going to add a new folder, I think, called... Interactables. Objects. Objects is a bit lame. switches. I know we've only got one, but we might come up with other ones. Lever. Might come up with other ones like pressure-based switches where you have to put a certain amount of mass on them, or I don't know, something-based switches where you have to do something. But for now, a lever is fine. Alright, what does a lever have? It has a... What do we care about in the lever? Well, there's a few things. But the main thing we care about is the handle location. And it needs to have a event. Yeah. And then we can just say if handle location local position dot y is less than, I guess we can do lever distance. It doesn't make much sense as a name for a variable, but that's what it is. That'll be, yeah. Because lever distance will be, yeah, let's say negative lever distance. Then invoke pulled. If pulled does not equal null, invoke pulled. Pulled, invoke. Cool. And that, I guess we only want to trigger it once. That's going to mass spam it. If this handle location transform local position y is greater than 0.1, negative 0.1, negative 0.01, whatever. Yeah, that should be fine. Maybe. I should stop it spamming the lever anyway. So then we can say the casket has a lever and we can either build the lever into the casket or we can have it elsewhere. For now we're going to have it elsewhere, but we might end up building it into it. We almost certainly will end up building it into it. But for now, it's just going to be its own separate thing. So when you wake up, lever dot pulled plus equals handle pulled. Handle lever pulled. And in handle lever pulled, we want to undock. And to undock, we need to Oh, I'm in the freaking casket. I always make that mistake. I go to the casket instead of the socket. I was looking for shit that doesn't exist. I was like, what? Okay, and handle lever pulled will open. But only if it's closed. If this dot current casket does not equal null, well, if it equals null. Always want to invert those ifs. Cool. And when opening's complete, enable its physics. I do have a minor concern with this. It's very minor, but it is a concern. But let's see if that works. What? Oh. Right, before we start this test, let's make ourselves a bit stronger. That's how we make ourselves stronger. We increase our mass and our move speed. Oh. They need levers now. Look, do you guys want to share a lever? I should probably actually give this the lever class. It's pronounced lever. No, it's not. And the handle is that guy. The lever distance should be, I don't know, 0.5. That might be too much. 0.2. 0.3. And then these guys now need a lever. They can share a lever for now. Doesn't matter. Cool. So, let's push this guy in. Nice. Now, hopefully, when we pull this lever, he gets ejected. He did. Is it the perfect crime? Also, the thing I thought was going to be broken wasn't broken, so that's pretty cool. Well, I say that. Now we won't go back in. Will you go into the other one? I bet it'll go into the other one. I think I know why he doesn't work on that first one anymore. No, he doesn't work on the other one. Oh, your state is still docked. Yeah, that'd do it. Hmm. Hmm. Me and that doubles equals, man. Cool. Now I think the problem that I was worried about is going to be there. Yeah, I need to add the body for the socket. I need to add the body. But let's see what happens now. I'm expecting it gets ejected and then it instantly goes back in. That's what I'm expecting. Maybe not instantly, but when I do this. Yeah. Scheiße. Yeah, I saw that come in. It's because I enabled the physics and the physics do that. I could do the ejection thing. So we could make each socket Yeah, let's go into our socket prefab. So it's got a docked location, which is where it goes when it's docked. We can also give it a undocked location, which is when it's undocking. Going to be honest, I'm not really sure why that's got a collider. Oh no, I do know why that's got a collider, but it doesn't need one. Let's change the color of this to differentiate it. Sure. We'll make the docked location be green. Sure. Your sorting layer is debug. Your sorting layer is debug. Yeah. So they get ejected. To like, I don't know, here. Then the socket, as well as knowing the docked location, needs to know the undocked location. And the point where opening is complete, instead of doing this, we need to say current casket start undocking. And we'll pass in ourselves. Yeah, we don't need to pass ourselves in. It already knows about itself. So let's nuke that. Let's create this. Let's go to it. And basically, we've already got this, right? We basically want to say this dot state equals undocking. God damn it, me and these double equals. Even IntelliSense is like, come on, man. Enough is enough. Then we want to start the coroutine. Same one. But we're going to say current socket undocked location. And when it's done undocking, we need to set the state, set the current socket, enable the physics. Do you not? There we go. Current casket equals null. Is there anything else we need to do? I don't think so. I think that's it. Let's find out. Null reference. Oh, you son of a gun. What have I missed this time? But is it because I changed the prefab? Yeah. It's 'cause I changed the prefab. That's fine. Oh, and I also haven't hooked up undocking location, so I guess it's time to change the prefab again. There we go. Cool. Right, let's see if this works now. And we can add some cool particle effects, etc. I feel like they shouldn't be rendered. Hang on. That's better. You know, even with our superhuman strength, it takes forever to push this guy. I guess he is pretty heavy. Okay, he docks. He undocks. Nice. Pretty pleased with that. Maybe increase the resistance on this lever a bit. We need to sort out a few things with that lever. But for now, I'm going to prefab it. Just in case. We need to give it graphics. We need to tweak those resistances on it. We need to make it work whether it's X or Y. Yeah. There's a few little things. And I guess that's it. Then it'll be fine. So let's do the XY thing, because that should be quite easy. So when we wake up, let's get our body. And let's say body dot constraints dot equals and this is where we need to choose one of these based on our direction. If this transform up equals, we're only going to deal with the scenario of up, down, left, right. Yeah, you're not happy, I know. Fine. Oh, right, up. Then our constraints are you're not allowed to move in the X. Otherwise, yeah, you're not allowed to move in the Y. That should maybe, possibly, work. Yeah, maybe. Let's tweak the rigidity. Uh, Probably tweak this while we're actually doing it. Oh, it's because I increased our mass. So now we can pull the lever way further. I'm not entirely sure how you do this. Is it frequency? It might be frequency. Frequency is resistance, maybe. I never quite understand how to deal with these. It's awkward, for sure, because as we increase our mass, we'll be able to pull the lever further and further. Also, it's not freezing, which is what I came in here to check. Why aren't you freezing? You should have at least frozen in the X or Y. You don't have a choice. You should have frozen in one of them. Oh. Oh. There we go. I was freezing the actual body of the lever, not the handle itself. I guess we can just lock how far it pulls out. Nah, this still hasn't limited it. That's weird. You. Handle body is lever. That shouldn't be right. Get component in children. That should be handle, not lever. I mean, I know I can enforce it. Which arguably there's no harm in doing. Yeah. There we go. I always prefer to try and hook that stuff up in the code if possible. But it's fine. Nice. So now it's locked. We do still have the issue that we can pull it for ever. And then it starts to fight us. But is it really an issue? We can probably just say like... Well... Yeah, we can probably just do something like that. Not going home. Why are you not going home? Why are you not going home? Take you home. Handle transform to the place you belong. I mean, I did kind of YOLO this, but... Let's just YOLO it a bit more. But why, Handle? Why are you spinning like a madman? Did I not lock your rotation? How do I sum these together? Is it a bitwise? Yeah, it's gonna be one of these. That's fine. See if that works. Yeah, it did. Cool. I mean, I've still got this issue where for some reason he's not getting pulled back towards the spring. Auto configure distance. Whoa, 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 whoa. I never signed up to that. Cool. There's a slight issue. I think we can push it backwards. But that's a fixable issue, in the same way that we kind of YOLO fixed the being able to pull it too far. Sure. That should work. No, wait. You need to be a negative. There's probably a cleaner way to do that. But this lever should be pretty rad once we get it some graphics. Yeah, I'm still able to push you through. No. Local position Y is greater than 0. Okay, handle. What's your local position Y? Greater than 0. Greater than 0. Then why am I able to do this? One of life's great questions. We should definitely be doing that. Which means it should definitely be doing that. Which means it shouldn't be letting me do what I'm doing. We know that the Y is greater than 0. Does that just need an F? Could have been the lack of an F. Could have been comparing it to... Well, 0 inch should have been fine as well. Why? Why will you let me do this? Your position is clearly 0.092. Hmm. 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 Well, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. Right. Let's make a lever. We'll do it in the old 32 by 32, because why not? Right, let's make something really basic, because that's all I know how to do. We'll make it nice after the fact. Well, nicer. One, two, three, four, five. Sure. Do 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 do. I love playing around doing these, even if I'm really bad at it. I actually really enjoy it. We don't really care about the colour for now. Then we need to create the actual lever itself. But I thought you had to online. Like I said, super basic. Sure, you'll do. Very basic. Yeah. Get it in, make sure the proportions are fine. And then we can worry about it afterwards. I think I wanna I don't know how far we'll want to be able to pull it out. Or how far we'll want to be able to push it in. But I guess physics can stop it getting pushed in further. Yeah, physics. Yeah. Sort of. Yeah, physics. Cool. Let's increase its length then. Do 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 do. I'm not sure how far we're going to want this to be pushed out. But that's probably fine. Lever base. Lever handle. It's the perfect crime. Cool. Let's hit these guys up with my little tool. Nice. And then lever. Your new sprite is lever base. I'll grant you, you might be too big, but as a wise man once said, who cares? So then we need to replace his collider. And we'll give this guy a collider for good measure. Sure. That'll do. Mm, mm, mm. I know, I'm pretty great. So now that lever should eject this guy. It sure does. Nice. That gets around the need for a button. Just make it an interactable. Pretty cool. I mean, I think I need to up the resistance on it. Maybe not, though. Maybe it's fine. Give it a bit of a weight. Give it some meaning. Add some sort of visual effects when this guy gets pushed out. Actually create the sleeper socket so that it actually looks like a socket instead of just being a bunch of random dots. And could be pretty cool. Add some particle effects. Make this not be the most basic art known to man. Live the proverbial dream. Pretty happy with that. And we can use those levers for anything, right? Because of the way we've set them up. As long as we give them to an object and the object subscribes to the pulled event. We could also have a released event. Then we could do things like whilst you're pulling it, something is happening. And then when you let go, it stops happening. Yeah, we should add a released event. I don't know what we'll use it for, but you know, there's no real harm in having it. There we go. So now people can subscribe to it being released as well, which is pretty cool. And I think this is working. Let's find out. Let's take our lever. Let's move it over here. Let's rotate it 90 degrees. And let's see if it still behaves. Nice. Let's just check that it actually still works. It should do. Oh. Awesome. Pretty happy with that. I think we should make it so that these things have like a treadmill underneath them, so that when it's moving in, we can have the treadmill looking like it's pulling them in, and when it's ejecting, we can reverse it and have it look like the treadmill's pushing them out. I think that makes sense. Yeah, it sort of makes sense. No, it totally makes sense. That's what we'll do. But I'm not going to do that now, because I feel like it's going to be a pain in the ass. So, let's commit that. Added lever that can be pulled / released to do things. In this case, eject a casket from a socket. Cool. I forgot to save the scene. Nice. What's next? Next is blocking the path so that if we are stood on the path, the robot won't just yeet us. Which should be fairly simple to do. The track does have a collider. Now, I'll grant you, it's a very small collider. But there's no reason why I can't make it bigger. Is that true? I feel like that's true. Let's make it bigger, but not too big. Now, this isn't strictly going to be accurate. But I think it's going to be close enough. And then Nice. So that gives us a list of everything that is in the square. Mm. Right, and that'll update blocked. Now there's a little bit of nuance there. Because if I'm moving through a square, I'm technically blocking the square. But I don't think I should treat myself as blocking it. But that's fine. So then, pathfinding. No, not pathfinding, path walking. Blocking should not stop pathfinding, it should only stop path walking. I think that was what I decided. So here, we've reached our next track. We need to check the next one. So we've reached our current track. We need to look at the next one and say, is it blocked by anyone who isn't us? And if it is, we need to wait. So let's say ready for next track. You can start as false, who cares? Then, if we've reached it, we just say ready for next track equals true. And then we move all this stuff away. Yoink. And we say if ready for next track. We do that. Yeah, I guess we can move that into there. Then we can say I guess here we should say if this track path count is greater than 1, do that. And then here we can say current track. Well, no, we don't want to do current track yet. We want to say next target track equals track path 1. If next target track blockers any so if there's any blockers who aren't me, then too bad. Just wait. But if there aren't any, decrease the durability on your current track, get your next track, doodly doo. Where does that live? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I guess this goes here. Yeah, maybe. And that should be fine. Yeah, maybe. Let's see if that works. So now if we step on the path, he should stop when he reaches us, in theory. Let's see if that's true. So let's stand here, and we'll make track 7, good old track 7, be damaged. Ah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay, go to work. Cool. So that's nice. Now we can... It's kind of weird that that says he's not clear. Oh no, that's I can get rid of that ball. That's an obsolete ball. Trying to go home, huh? Not on my watch. Well, well, well. Nice. This is going swimmingly. This lever's too easy to pull, but it's because I've given us superhuman strength. Cool. Let's get rid of that obsolete property. Arguably, that's obsolete. Because anytime you want to know if someone's blocked, you're going to care if you're the blocker. So I think that's obsolete as well. Although this disagrees. But I guess that's because I put these in, which we'd actually need. Cool. Let's commit that. What? Track does not contain a definition for claim to repair. Yeah, I know. Oh, I know what it'll be. Where are you, maintenance robot? Are you still being archaic? Yeah. There we go. Nice. Right, let's commit that. We have added blocking to tracks and made track follower wait for next track to be unblocked. Which isn't how I was initially going to do it. Well, it sort of is, except I need to add... where are you, track follower? This... I was going to add an event to this guy that the owner could subscribe to get told when their path is blocked in case they want to do something else. So like some robots might say, my path's blocked. I'll look if there's a different path that isn't blocked. You know? But for now, it's fine. It does raise the question of multiple robots. But I think it'll be fine. Mostly. We might end up with gridlock. But, you know, whatever. To solve the gridlock problem, you just have to... rethink your track layout, I think. Well, I do plan on adding more to the track stuff, like priority and stuff like that. But for now, it's working fine. Right, I will be right back, and then we need to decide what comes next. I think we've solved everything I wanted to solve today, apart from creating a graphic. Yeah, I was thinking about incinerators. I was thinking instead of an incinerator, I know the incinerator is a great idea, but I think instead of it, we should have a material reclamation device where instead of it being an incinerator, it'll be like a set of like gears or something, like a rotary crushing system, and you put stuff on the conveyor belt and it goes into the rotary crushing system and gets crushed, and then we can get the raw resources from that and use them for something else. Yeah, material reclamation devices. You'll be able to push caskets into them and get some biomass and some, I don't know, mechanical parts. I don't know. I don't think I want to break the resources down too much. I think it'll be like, I don't know. But it won't be too complex. I don't want a really complex material system. But I do want conceptually there to be like at least a few. You know how so when I plug in this sleeper guy, plug him in. You can kind of use your body to steer this guy now, which is nice. It's one of the advantages of not having a round body. You see those coloured tubes? I was thinking they could represent requirements for the caskets. I don't know what they'd all mean, but yellow would probably mean power. Green would maybe mean nutrients. Blue would mean oxygen, coolant, something of the sort. I don't know what red or purple would mean, but they can be recolored. I just put those colors in there just as a YOLO. But basically, they could be different things that you have to feed the caskets. And then we can have levels of those in storage. And you won't have to manage them on a per casket basis, I think. But maybe on a per room basis or something like that. And you can get those materials by putting stuff in the material reclamation device. And probably other ways, but the material reclamation device would be one way to do it. And maybe you'd also get some other materials that you can use. It's that kind of thing that I want. One could be food or some nutrient. Yeah, exactly, right? You've got food, coolant, power. I honestly can't think what the other two would be. Oxygen. And then food, coolant, power, nutrient. No, wait. Nutrient is food. Food, coolant, power, oxygen. One more. Just need one more. But I'll be right back. I am back. Sanitation, poop brown. Hey, that's quite a good idea, actually. And instead of that one being a resource that you want to build up, it's a resource that you have to get rid of over time. Otherwise, your poop systems get overflowed and poop starts seeping out into the world. It's not a terrible idea. For most resources, you're spending them, but the poop one is actually building up over time, and you gotta find ways to dispose of it. That'd be great. I like the poop idea. I'm just thinking about my fluid systems. Imagine a river of poop flowing through the ship. Right. What do we do now? I feel like I've solved literally every problem I wanted to solve today. Except designing a background for these things, and I honestly have no faith in my ability to do that. I just can't think what a background for these things would look like. I guess I can start off. I made this, but I don't believe in it. I don't believe in this whatsoever. But one thing I do want to do is... I stole his pillow. Poor guy. I think there should be rollers here that can animate when a guy's getting pulled in or pushed out. Not really sure how I'd do rollers, but how hard can it be? It'd be like, they're just gonna look shit. It'd be like, because it'd have to be animated as rolling as well, right? I don't know how you'd do that. You could do it with slight variance on shade. The old subtle shading variance to make it look like it's rolling. Either that or it's just a straight up conveyor belt instead of a roller, which would be infinitely easier to do. Would want it to be like... I probably need to go up to like there. Let's just make it be poop brown. It's not going to be poop brown. I should have probably put this in a new layer. Conveyor belt. It's not really what I wanted to do. Interesting. I hate doing graphic stuff on stream. I really hate it. My least favorite thing to do on stream. I really enjoy doing it, but not on stream. Anyway, for this, I think we are going to have to solve the roller problem. Because at the top, we're probably going to want like you know, we're going to want to fill it with, I don't know, some color. And then we're going to need to make it look like it is going underground, do 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 at this point. And then at the bottom, we're going to have to make it look like it's going above ground. And I'm just not a good enough pixel art guy for that. I can't even comprehend what that would look like. I wonder what these buttons do. Oh. I guess you could just go, give me a darker shade. Let me, I thought I had my line on. No, because that's, well, maybe. Give me an even darker shade. Give me a lighter shade again. And then as long as the stuff in this middle part is moving, and I do the opposite at the top, maybe it'll be fine. You know, this is why I've never made a game. It's the one thing that's been stopping me. Art. Also, never made a game as a stretch. I did make Beard Pixies. If we do that, then now it has a vague hint to it. We might want to have something on the edges to show like wheels or whatever. Like, I'm just making shit up at this point, but isn't that what life is? Like, just little wheels. Conveyor thingies, if you will. Which would be like, I don't know, I don't really care what colour they are. And I guess to simulate turning of those, you'd do something. Maybe you wouldn't do anything. I don't know. But I do know this is what we're going to go with and see how it looks. Yoink. Sure. Right, as long as his middle piece moves upwards, or indeed downwards, then it may look conveyor belt-esque. Also, I think it's too bright. However, what if I bring my shitty thing back? No, then it looks even worse. Let's make it a bit... Yeah, a bit funny. Yeah, let's stick with the bright for now. Wonder how you'd animate a wheel to look like it was moving. Top-down 2D. Would you do it with, like... I know this might not make any sense. I'm well aware that it doesn't. What if I do that? I should have done this before I cloned them all, really. Pretty sure you can link stuff together in this, so when I change one, it'd change them all. But I don't know how to do it, and I'm not going to bother to figure it out. But now, I actually made quite a big difference. What a difference a pixel makes! What if... What's going on there? Oh no, I know what's going on there. Then, what if I go with the lamest approach ever? I don't know if this will work. I should probably do it with a single one before I do it to them all. But in for a penny, in for a pound. I guess in for a dime, in for a dollar. Yeah, it doesn't have the same ring to it. I think this is one of the reasons I don't like doing pixel art on stream. Because it's so fucking tedious. I mean, I know the coding isn't that exciting to look at. But geez, I would never watch someone do this. That is a fact. Hey, I think this might work. This might work. And if it does, I'll be really pleased. Because it's such a simple thing to do. Not sure how I'll deal with it reaching the end. Yep. Oh my god, it totally is going to work. He's a madman! I sure am. The worst part is I don't even want these in these frames, really. I think it's going to be a separate object, so it's fine. I think this might be the last one we need to do. Then we can just repeat it, I think. We do need to decide what we're doing with the middle, though. Because the middle can't remain static. God damn it. What does that even do? Zoom. Fair enough. I guess it's for people without mouse wheels. Yeah, I probably want one frame where there is no pixel. Maybe. I don't know. I make no claims to greatness. That's not true. I did make a claim to greatness when I was doing that lever, but that was deserved. Look, mechanism, go away. Maybe it can just repeat. Why? Oh. Moment of truth? Was it worth it? I think so. Now I just need to make the middle do something. But what? What can the middle do? I don't know, it could be exceptionally lazy. Like, I'm so unsure about the middle that I'm doing it on a new layer. Yeah, little details. They all add up, eh? I mean, I literally don't think a single one of my sprites will be the final sprite. But they do add to it, and they help me learn how to make things look better. It's an iterative process, you know. Belt pattern. It's very much an iterative process. So, what would be on the belt? I honestly have no idea. Let's start off with something real simple. And by that I mean not that. By that I mean literally a single line, which moves up one frame at a time. Look, onion skin, aren't you supposed to show me where the previous one was? I think I resent that. Onion skin, what is your purpose? I'm sure it's to show me what the previous frames look like. That's not cool. But whatever. Right, we're literally just going to do one cycle with one line moving up one pixel at a time, and we're going to see what it looks like. Just as a, you know, the old testeroo. Do 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 do. Thrilling stuff to watch, I know. I'm breaking new ground. Right, let's see this masterpiece at work. You know, it all comes together quite nicely, apart from the fact that it's just a single random coloured line. But if you ignore that fact, it's quite nice. So we do need some sort of a pattern on it. Ideally one that repeats every 16 pixels. It's truly breathtaking. Yeah, I know. We need a pattern that repeats every 16 pixels. A pattern that would be suitable for being on a conveyor belt. What if, hear me out on this, what if it was just a bunch of random dots? I know I might be going too crazy with that one. Right, What area do we have to work with? 16 pixels. Let's draw it out. That box is our workspace. Whatever's in this box is getting repeated across the entire thing. So, with that in mind, it's these that are going to be awkward. But I think I might do a little trick with alpha there. Yeah, I should. Yeah, I definitely should. Do a little alpha trick instead of what I'm currently doing. So let's do that first. Okay, belt pattern 1. I don't really want to lose this border. Let's do the border first, sod it. Right, what can actually be in here? I hate picking colours, man. It's the worst thing. I want quite a subtle difference. You know, it's just flavouring, really. It's just flavouring. It doesn't need to be anything amazing. Arguably, it doesn't need to be anything. I know this isn't going to win any awards. But does it need to? Really? Perfect. It's gonna loop perfectly. That's all I care about right now. Well, sort of. I could probably just copy paste those first few rows. I do have the border outlined now. Yeah, let's do it. Yoink. 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 I don't appreciate you going over the border, but it's not a big deal. Yoink. Yoink. How much is this gonna screw up at the end is the question. You son of a turd. It goes just over. It's not the end of the world though. And I need one final row at the bottom. Yeah, sure. That'll do. It's kind of weird. I think that'll be fixed when when I do this. Yeah, it should look all right, I think. I mean, it'll look a little garbage, but that's fine. And the edges here really want to be the same color as the conveyor belt, but alphaed. I think. Nope, I was wrong. A darker color than the conveyor belt, but alphaed. Like that. There! Perfection guaranteed. Now comes the annoying part. And I can't overstate how annoying this is going to be. It's going to be doubly annoying because I already did that. This is going to blow. But I guess for now, let's focus on the belt pattern. So for that, we want to probably just nuke these. I hate this. You would think shift clicking over there would select them all. It looks like it selects them all, but it doesn't select them all. Maybe you've got to like control click or something. Anyway, let's copy that. Put it in there. Now's where it gets tedious. Move it up one frame. And then I guess this frame there's nothing to do. Cool. Next frame though. Ugh. No, there is something to do this frame. Grab. Look, just we need to grab this guy. Yoink. We need to put him there. I'll be honest though, he's looking kind of jank. Oh, that's because I haven't duplicated these guys. The edges. I feel like there must be an easy way to just say, can this frame just be all of these? But I don't know it. I don't know this software very well. But I do know that I'm finding it much easier to use than I found Photoshop. I think Photoshop lets you do too much. But when you're just doing the old pixel artaroo, you don't really need anything else. Right, I'm gonna quickly go through all these. I say quickly, as quickly as I can manage. Now we have to do 16 whole frames worth of moving that pattern up, deleting the top, moving the top to the bottom. But it should pay off. I think it's worth it. Well, I don't strictly believe that. But I am going to do it. I think the end result of this will look okay. I think I'll end up deciding that I'm not happy with it, but that's fine. Arguably, I could have got away with doing just 4 frames worth. Maybe I can get away with just doing 4 frames worth. That'd be nice. It does repeat every 4 frames. Yeah, let's just do 4 frames worth. Should be fine. So, yoink. Dump. Move 1 pixel. Cut off the top. Yoink. Copy. Move 1 pixel. Copy the middle. Cool. And they should repeat. Yeah, they will. Which means I can just hit him with one of those. Moment of truth. Moment of goddamn truth. Oh, hang on. Something's glitching out at the end. Why are you glitching out? Oh, I didn't nuke the final layer. Look at that. Okay, that's fine. And then if we add in that, I think that is eminently acceptable. I could even cut it up. I could cut it up into 3 different sprites, right? And then we can make it as long as we want. Because you can have the bottom, which is 1 sprite, that's 4 pixels high. You can have 1 set of wheels, which is another sprite. And you can have the top, which is another sprite. Then you can make it as long as you want. Which might actually be super useful if I want to do conveyor belts. I know conveyor belts are a bit cliche these days. I think they are. But it could work. Anyway, that's pretty neat. I'm glad the wheel thing panned out. So, yeah, maybe it should be longer. Pretty sure it gets entirely covered by the casket, but that's fine. Okay, these 3 need to go to the bottom. Yeah, it does look pretty good. I'm mostly happy with it. So for now, I think we just export that. So let's export it as a sprite sheet. Sure, that's fine. Export as... Where are we putting this? I'm going to put it in socket. I think we might end up using it for other stuff. Sleeper, socket, treadmill. .png. I don't think I'm happy with the color. I think it's too bright. But maybe you could say that the world in my game is too dim. That'd be a fair counter assessment. So then we need to use my little tool, change it to be multiple, change the compression. I should really put that in the tool. Okay. Slice and dice. You are 128 by 192. get sliced. They're a little bigger than they need to be, but that's fine. Then I'm actually going to commit that because I've had issues with this in the past. I wonder if you could do a cool thing with that, where it rotates while you walk on it and you can generate power by walking on it. You can make a little treadmill generation machine. Where, like, when you walk on it, it starts animating the treadmill and it turns your velocity into power. Could be pretty cool. Wouldn't be very effective, but for an early game power source, it might be alright. Especially if you could wake up a sleeper and make them walk on it eternally. Like, this is your job now. This is your life. Okay, then we need to go into the socket prefab. Give it a new object called the treadmill. Give it a sprite. Sure, that's fine. Then we need to go window, animation, animation, and we need to create what? Oh, do I need to give you an animator? Yeah, there we go. Cool. So then we need to create sleeper socket treadmill stopped. Which can just be the first one. Then we need to add sleeper socket treadmill running. This is the bit I hate. I don't know how to do this. Can you just do the whole thing at once? No. This is the bit I hate. You've got to add them all in one at a time and remember your place. Kinda blows. However, didn't we learn that I only need 4 of them? I think maybe we learned that I only need 4 of them, right? It goes a little fast, but probably doesn't help that I put the same one in there twice. I think that's all I need to do. I might have overdone it a bit with the frames on this one. Cool. Yeah, that's actually nice. So then we need to go to Animator. And we've got 2 animations. We've got stopped and running. So we need to add a transition between stopped and running. And we need to add a bool called is running. And we need to say you don't have an exit time because you just immediately become running. And your condition is running is true. Then we need to do the opposite here. So we need to say you. I think you do have an exit time. Maybe. I don't really know. But I do know that your condition is running is false. So if we're running and is running becomes false, it'll go there. I wish I knew what speed meant. It's so vague. Ah yes, a speed of 1. What does that mean? I don't know. But we'll let you set the duration in seconds. I really don't know what it means. I feel like that should be fine. I mean, it's kind of weird, but maybe that works. Right, so then we need to give the socket. So this is the top animator. Then we also need to give it the treadmill animator. And I guess here we need to say this treadmill animator set bool, not set bone, set bool is running to true. We need it to go backwards. Ah, fuck, we need it to go backwards. Let's do the other one first. So insert casket gets called. We start the animator running, the treadmill. The casket starts docking. That runs this coroutine. And then when it's docked, we do current socket dot close. So in close, we can say it can stop animating because now it's closing. And now we animate the top animator instead. Which is cool. Let's see if that works. It should work, I think. Let's find out. So once it gets within a certain... Oh, God damn it. Once it gets within a certain range, it should start docking. I'm only doing it at this weird angle so I can see. I'll be honest, I didn't see that. Let's pull it in instead. And let's zoom in a bit. Why are you running? You're not, it's an optical illusion. Yeah, that's fair. No, it never animated. Also, I think it might need to be bigger. I think it deserves to be bigger. Maybe. Why didn't you animate? Tell me why you didn't animate. Tell me why. There was no exceptions, although there were some warnings. Is running does not exist. Press X to doubt. I'm pretty sure I made is running. Is running. Okay, I understand. I get it. It's fine. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Annoyingly, sometimes Get Component and Children seems to actually get it from yourself. Which is heavily misleading. I wonder why it has that wavy effect. I guess it's a trick of the camera. Well, it animates exceptionally fast. That's pretty cool. Now I just need to make it animate when it kicks them out. And I think I am going to make it bigger. I don't really want to go through the hassle of generating it again. I'll be honest, that might be too big. But it might not be. But it might be. But it might not be. But it might be. But it might not be. But it might be. I'll need to actually put something else in place for wrapping this. But then it might be okay. I think that's a better size for it. Because then the guy actually goes on the conveyor belt. It really does animate too fast. That's an easy fix. Well, I say it's an easy fix. I'm not very good at this stuff, but I think I just set that to like 0.5. I'm starting to get the hang of the animation system, but I'm not quite there yet. Yeah, it's better. Cool. So now I need to figure out how to reverse it. And then probably have something else. I'm not sure how I'm going to deal with it. I like my little claw things. I think they work quite well. But there needs to be something like here. When they're not exposed, when they're not clamping, there needs to be something, right? They can't just be living on the conveyor belt. I can't abide it. I can't abide them just living on the conveyor belt. So there needs to be something, like something that goes at least down to here, with the implication that the conveyor belt is integrated into it. That's what we need. But first, we need to solve the reversal problem, which I feel like is a solved issue. But I might be better off just literally making another animation. I almost certainly am better off just making another animation. That would instead go 4, 3, 2, 1. Cool. And then in the animator, we need to have another option for when it's running. We need to add another parameter called is reversing. And then we need to just set up these in the same way. Mm-hmm. I don't really know what I'm doing with this, but well, it seems to work, so who cares? Uh-huh. Sure. And then I could add a link between these two, but I can't be asked. I don't think I need them. And then we just need to say, so it's opening. When the opening is complete, we need to say is reversing is true. And what does this do when he's finished undocking? Nothing. But let's make him do something. It's not the best name ever, but it's good enough. Hate that method, but it'll do the job. Cool. So now, in theory being the wonderful thing that it is, when we pull our lever, which I'm going to move back up here, when we pull that, it should eject him, and the rollers should simulate the process of ejecting him. And that will potentially be pretty rad. Yeah, I feel like they still roll too fast, but that's fine. Moment of truth. Let's pull the lever. Oh, look at that. It really is the perfect crime, except that they never stop. But if you ignore that, then it's pretty good. Why do they never stop? I've undocked. I've told him to stop reversing. My transition says that if his reversing is false, I go to stopped. What's the difference between these two? Because one of them works and the other one doesn't. I'll be honest, I'm not really seeing a difference. I want to slow them down a bit more. I'm not really seeing a difference. If I'm undocking, then I've just finished being pushed out. So tell my socket to stop and then live the dream. We know it's doing this, which means we know it's doing this, which means we know it's doing this, which means it should be turning it off. In the same way that it turns it off when we do that. It's one of life's great mysteries. Did I forget to hit save? I think I forgot to hit save. I need to give us our sprint capability back. Okay, moment of truth 2.0. I see, now you're going forwards. Well played. Well played. Does that mean... No, why would you be going forwards? The implication there is that his running was never set to false, but we know that it was. We know that his running was set to false because, well, it stopped running. So why... I want to see that again. Running, 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 running. Not running. Reversing, 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 reversing. For some reason running. It's got no reason to be running. How frustrating. There must be some place. See, when I say it's got no reason to be running, that must not be true. But there's the only two places that we use is running. When we insert the casket, and when we close the casket. We know that gets called. One of life's many mysteries. It stopped. Is running is not true. We pull it out. It's reversing. Hey, look, his running is true. But why? Why? We don't insert it again. Okay, I think I know why. um, What's the best place to do this? Maybe here. Let's do that. Let's get our docking collider, which is the trigger that decides if something is docking or not. And when you close, when you insert a casket, disable the docking collider. And here, this is why I didn't want to call this stop treadmill reversing. We re-enable the docking collider. Handle undocking complete. There we go. Now it might work. Not only might it work, but it should work. Which is a dangerous statement for me to make. But I think it'll work. Nice. Casket goes in, casket goes out. You can't explain that. Cool. I am mostly happy with that. Mostly. I could do this all day. But yeah, we need something on these edges here. I really like this new squeezing through gaps. It's not really a mechanic, but it kind of is. I really like it. It's pretty good. This guy hasn't had anything to do for a while. Let's damage a track. I want to give this guy some upgrades. Upgrades. When he's repairing, he should have some sort of repairing animation or let off some particle effects. Speaking of which, I want our caskets to release some particle effects in some manner. But I think before I decide on that, we'll need to figure out what the hell the border of the socket looks like. I've still got my shitty original attempt. It's misleading now because this needs to be twice as big. Ah, Ve Victus. Can I just scale up you two? By 150%. No, not the whole fucking thing. Just what I've got selected. No? Photoshop would have let me. That's the way it is, huh? But I don't want to do it this way. Why won't you even tell me what percentage I'm increasing? Oh, you will tell me what percentage I'm increasing it by. Yeah, fair enough. But I want it to increase from the center. It just goes to show there really is no God. Like, why can't I scale you exactly by 150, 150? Riddle me that. I can do 150 by 149.40, which is arguably fine. But it's not 150 by 150, is it? Look, it messes up the aspect ratio. It's pretty uncouth if you ask me. Am I going to have to manually do this? Because I don't want to. I really don't want to. But what if? It's going to be... it's going to suck. It's going to suck. No matter what I do to scale this up by another 50%, it's going to suck. Because even if I scale it up, it's going to be jank. Why? Why don't you have an option for me that's just scale? We could say, oh, well, because it's pixels, and scaling pixels is really hard. Yeah, maybe so, but it does let me do it. So I don't know why it's got to be so pissy about the whole thing. You know? I mean, honestly, that one's not bad. No, it is bad. I'm going to have to manually do this, and it's going to suck. I guess for now I can live in the land of fuck it, and I can... but I don't want to. What the hell is edges? Oh, edges, of course. Can I group these? Yeah. Nice. Right. So I do want to solve that issue, but I'm not really willing to resize that thing just now. I feel like it'd really do my head in. Or would it? Would it even be that bad? Yeah, it kinda would. I'd have to like... What if I can get away with just doing half of it? No, it's going to be a pain in the ass. I'll do it off stream. So, what's the next thing on our list of things to do? I'm really happy with that, to the point where we should probably commit it. Added treadmill controls to socket. Cool. What's next? What is next? Wassen ist next. Actually, I know exactly what's next. It's a very minor issue, but it is an issue. See, if I'm stood next to this wall and I press grab, see how he doesn't grab the wall? But if I'm over here and I hit grab and then I walk into the wall, then he grabs it. So what I really want it to do is when you first hit grab, it should check if the point you are grabbing is a grabbable and grab it. I think that'll be pretty cool. Because it's really annoying, like when I want to pull this lever, if I go there and then I hit grab. Well, okay. As soon as I tried to prove it, it worked. Sanitation mechanics, aka poop. Yeah, I don't think we're ready for poop. I'm really happy with this lever, by the way. I know it's not the most impressive thing in the world, but it's pretty cool. It's a bit too eager to be pulled, but I'm pretty happy with it. We can hook that up to any machine, which is nice. We can have a, as part of the sanitation mechanics, we can have it so when it fills up too much, you have to go over there and you have to keep a lever pulled open and it sprays the poop out into space. And if you don't do it, negative consequences. That'll be pretty neat. Right. I really don't know. Oh, right. I was going to fix that dragon thing. That dragon thing pisses me off. It's going to be a pain in the ass to fix, though, I think. Yeah, unless I make this a function, then it might be okay. Yoink. Yoink. Fine. You can be called target. You know, why am I doing this? So inside player movement, which is not where it should be, but it is where it is. Inside player movement, and I need to move it out of here because it's not movement related at all. But I was lazy when I was implementing it. At this point, we need to do a check, a physics check. We need to say but we need to say that madness. If collider Does not equal null. Grabber, grab, collider. That might work, in which case my claim it was going to be a pain in the ass was absolutely wrong. Which I would be very happy about, but I think it's going to act a bit weird. Maybe not, maybe it's fine. Yeah, that was an easy fix, he says. Why didn't it work there for a sec? For a brief moment in time there, it didn't work. As soon as I said it was an easy fix, it didn't work one time, and now I can't replicate it. Yeah, whatever. Cool. I wish I could pull these robots along their tracks. You've got no idea how annoying that would be to actually implement. Well, no, it would suck. I could do it, but it'd suck. You know, we've got less functionality than the old version of the game, but I think it's in a better state. I think we've got a lot of cool new stuff. I think the sockets are way better. You used to have to actually have a bit of UI pop up that said, press the interact button to do this, which I thought was lame. We've avoided that this time by pushing the sockets in and pulling the lever to get them out, which I'm pretty happy about. The robots are a lot more restricted in what they can do. They can only follow paths, tracks, but it adds the ability for the player to place their own tracks and expand the robot network, which I think will be pretty good, and it solves so many pathfinding issues that I'm okay with it. And we do have the other pathfinding still for small things. I want to add rats. I want to add rats. I really want to add rats. Little rats that run around and nibble on things, which lowers their durability. I think that could be pretty cool. The good thing about rats is I can just ignore collision detection. So they can use the old pathfinding, but without worrying about collision detection. And then we can have little rats that run around, and they run up to things that have durability, and they start chewing away at them. Maybe they poop in the corners? I don't know. Maybe, though. But I think rats would be pretty cool. And then you gotta like, I don't know how you'd hunt down the rats. Maybe you'd have like a rat catcher that was like, it like sucked them into a backpack and then you could turn them into biomass. That'd be cool. Or like, maybe you just have to step on them. Even that'd be fine. And then you can harvest their corpses for biomass. I think we should maybe think about making the material reclamation device. It can have a conveyor belt. Think about it. That'd be pretty neat. I'm thinking about making the conveyor belts their own standalone thing, you know? I think they might have quite a few uses. But I'm not going to implement them as their own standalone thing until I have a viable use for them. And yeah, you could reclamation device the rats. Yeah, exactly, right? I'm not sure how you'd transport them to the conveyor belt for the device. You can make a rat catcher using material from reclamation. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? It's like, how deep do we go on that? Like, I have totally gone off crafting in games recently. I find it to be a chore. A chore that I'm, generally speaking, not willing to do. However, if it's just you can buy objects based on the levels of materials you have and your rank, probably, I'd maybe accept that. Maybe. So you would feed enough minerals into the material reclamation device to please Hank Schrader, and then you would be able to quote unquote purchase, which I find far better than crafting, even though conceptually they are basically the same thing. Various things. But I think you should rank up based on having provided sleepers to the ship. When the ship requests a certain type of sleeper, the ship says, "Oh, we need this kind of person." And if you can provide it, you work your way up to a promotion, and then being promoted gets you, I don't know, more stuff you can create, maybe access to more areas, maybe some other things. Maybe you could learn about some recipes as you explore the ship. Yeah! Oh, I got big plans for exploring the ship. Whether we'll ever implement them, I don't know. But I do have big plans. But I do think you should unlock recipes and stuff. Maybe you find like other people's like access cards, and you can use those to qualify you to make that stuff. I think that'd be quite cool. But you'd still need the resources. So, I was really staking it all on that grabbable issue being quite hard to solve. I'm not sure what we do now. Rats? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Rats. Doors. Robot cores. Well, the robot cores are a hell of an investment. Doors is an obvious one, right? Good old simple doors. We can make a nice easy door that you have to pull a lever to open, and it stays open for X amount of time. Let's do doors. I feel like doors are pretty integral to the whole thing. Didn't I already do doors? Yeah, I definitely started on them. Definitely started on doors. Wow, doors are big, eh? Doors are huge. I guess they're not that big. They are pretty big, pretty chunky. But they don't have to be that chunky. We can de-chunk them. Let's get the doors working. Currently they're just a bunch of objects, really. Like, we haven't got any logic for the doors yet. I haven't even hooked up my famed spring mechanism. Doors are basically just levers, if you think about it. Right, let's do doors. Let's commit our changes. Fixed up close grabbing. I guess I did do panel. Oh, I really did a lot. I really did a lot on the old door code. Why did I even give panels that? I don't know. But one thing I do know is you are going to have a spring. Connected to... Well, I guess you're not going to have a spring. But you're going to have a spring. Connected to the panel. The panel is not allowed to rotate. It is dynamic. It can have a mass of 5. It can have drags of 5. We need to do the same thing that we do in the lever. So I guess it is good that I made a panel. What the hell is a body doff? Depth of field? What the hell are you? Enumeration of all the muscles in the body. What? I'm going to be honest. I'm not entirely sure that qualifies as all the muscles in the body. I mean, I shouldn't be talking about half-assing stuff. But if you're going to call it enumeration of all the muscles in the body, maybe have more than 10? Maybe? Anyway, we don't care about body doff. What I really want is rigid body 2D. Yeah. And then when you awake, we need to do what we did with the lever. I know, all is a bold claim. It's the all that I take issue with. There we go. I'm really happy with this solution. You know, in my previous version, I was trying to lock the axis for the doors. And I stupidly listened to ChatGPT, which is always a gamble. It's always a gamble, but it came up with this mad solution that didn't really work. It was super lame and weird and mad, basically. I'm glad I actually thought about it this time and just did this. But anyway. Cool. Let's see how that reacts. Do you even have the panel script? Yeah, you do. We need to give it itself. Right, can we drag this door? We should be able to. I don't know why I'm so addicted to dragging doors, but... well... you know, in a lot of ways, I feel like I got this backwards. There we go. That's why it's important to test. Even though that worked for levers. Still have to flip it for doors. Which makes a lot of sense, actually, if you think about it. Cool. We have a door that I can't open. Business as usual. I'm actually quite happy with the amount of give on that door. It's pretty good. Now, if we want the door to open, this is where we need to start dicking about a bit. Springs don't like it if you screw them about. Although I think the actual issue is one of anchor points. So the connected anchor needs to be, I don't know, -1? -1.5? Yeah. Now it should behave nicer. See how it's cooler than just opening the door, like X position plus equals 1 times time delta time. Sure, that's effective, but it's also lame. Never forget, it's lame. If you do it with springs, they have a bit of bounce to them, which you can tweak with these two factors. And that's how we do our being able to force open a door, or force closed a door, or squeeze through a gap in a door, or get crushed by a door. It's pretty neat. And to fix the resistance on it, that's just frequency / damping ratio, which I'm not going to pretend I understand how they work. But I think the damping ratio is doing exactly the opposite of what I thought it would. Frequency is like the give. I think damping ratio is the bounce. Although I'll grant you, I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. See that? How it didn't collide that time? It happens once in a blue moon that we don't actually grab it. But then I can never replicate it. There. See that? We didn't actually grab it. Not really sure why. But anyway, that's the basics of a door. And then we open and close the door just by changing the distance. Which is pretty cool. Don't close it too much though, or you can never open it again. It breaks the spring. And I don't mean it breaks the spring. I mean it fucks up the spring, like internally. The spring just stops working. If you go too close to the sun, if you bring its distance down to like 0.05, it freaks the F out. But we don't need to bring it to 0.05, so it's fine. But where do we need to bring it? So we know maximum is 3.5. That's good to know. What is minimum? As in, when is the door fully open? Like 0.5? Makes sense. Actually makes a lot of sense. They're 3 tiles big. I feel like I could have just figured that shit out just by thinking about it for a sec. But that's fine. So, closed position equals closed distance equals 3.5. Open distance equals 0.5. Cool. So then, let's create an enum door state. I don't know what I was doing there. Open, closed. Opening, closing. So, this doesn't actually want to be in the panel. We need to create a new class called, I know it's not very inventive, but it needs to be called door. Let's have access to the panel though. Let's have access to the holster. Maybe not. Let's have access to the door spring. I've been having much luck with get component and children today. But it should work. Unless we put 2 springs on the door. But I don't think we need to do that. So that's cool. Then I wanna... Yoink. steal those. Clean up these usings. And this is where a lot of the door logic depends, because we'll have various different types of door, right? This is where I got lost in the source last time and overcomplicated it. So let's actually think about it for a sec. We need to move that enum for sure. And the door should probably have a state. A door state. So, the door is closed. Maybe. If door state equals, no, if state equals door state open, this door spring distance equals open distance. So now, well, let's just hook the door up first. That means we should be able to set a door to be open in the editor. Did I forget to hit save? No, I didn't forget to hit save. So what's it bitching about? Hmm. You know, earlier, when that guy randomly popped into chat and said, "You suck, bye," and then nobody said anything for like 2 fucking hours, I almost stopped streaming. Think about how much I've done since then. Quite a lot. Just goes to show. Just goes to show. Something. It shows something. I get a lot more done when I'm streaming. When I'm not streaming, I get distracted very easily. I'm like, yeah, I'll just take a break and watch just one YouTube video. And then like 2 hours later, I'll be like, yeah, I should probably do some work now. But when I'm streaming, it's all in. It's infinitely more productive. But I do have to put up with people coming into chat every so often and saying, you suck. But you know, that's the price of doing business or whatever. So, let's give this guy door. And then we were giving him access to the panel. And he needs the spring. There we go. So now if we set that to open, theoretically, and this might be a bit mad, but theoretically, the door might jump open. It did jump open. Cool. Cool. It might have gone too far. Can that door come out again? Door, are you okay? I think the door pulled itself in just a bit too hard. Yeah, it overshot it. If it overshoots it, it becomes really problematic. You can get it back by doing that. But basically what happens is, I figured it out. It's an innie. Yeah, totally. What happens is, its distance says, this is how far away from me you should be, right? Fair enough. So you bring it down, all is well. All is well. All is well. All is well. Now what happens if you bring it down to 0.05? Well, first of all, it gets stuck in the middle. And then, you see it starts going out the other way instead. And then the only way to get it back is to make it bounce back. In theory. Well, I'll grant you, I don't seem to be able to do it again. You have to bring it back down to 0 really fast. And then it'll bounce out the other side sometimes. Got it to work that one time. Can't seem to do it anymore. But anyway, that's why it breaks. So, to fix that, we just need to say in the panel, I guess we can do it on update. It's a bit of a waste, but yeah, we can do it on fixed update. That's at least less of a waste. What? Oh, now you say you exist. Whatever. If this dot transform local position is less than 0.005, sorry, dot x. This transform local position dot x is 0.01. What? Ah, I hate you, Unity, sometimes. It's annoying that you can't just modify the x. It goes, no, you can't do this. You've got to create a new vector. It's like, come on, man, just do it for me. I guess I could write the operand, but I can't be asked. And I guess they couldn't be asked. So I guess we're on the same page. Right, that should hopefully fix that issue. It's a bit annoying doing that check all the time, but whatever. I think I'll do the check on the other side as well for greater than 3.5. Let's see if it works. Yeah, that's why I'm the greatest, he says, and then it breaks again. I take it all back, I'm not the greatest. What the hell is going on? That should have fixed it. How is the spring there but the panel isn't? That legitimately doesn't make sense. Mm. If in doubt, add an extra 1. I mean, I think the real answer is just never set the distance to 0.005. Where's the fun in that? What if you want to absolutely hammer it back as fast as possible? What are you doing, Door? You've gone crazy. Well, I think it's technically working. It's very unpredictable, but it's only unpredictable when I absolutely hammer the distance in mad ways. So we should be okay. Yeah, sure. And let's say if this, in fact, hmm, hmm, hmm. Yeah, okay, that's fair. If this transform, I feel like there's an implication there. I'm not really sure what the implication is, but it's definitely that I've done something wrong. Which is fine. Sometimes getting stuff wrong is like how you learn cool new stuff. I made a program once that was for reading and rendering SVG files. SVG is a type of file that is used on a lot of websites. Instead of being like, this is what the pixels are, it actually gives you commands like draw a circle at this location, draw a line at this location. And it's good because it scales infinitely. It's like a vector image. So I thought, they're pretty cool. I want to write something to read an SVG and then render it. But I fucked up. And it mostly rendered the image. But it kind of skewed it a bit. It kind of distorted it. And it looked really cool. So I was like, oh yeah. And then I started adding a lot of, well, I fixed the issue first. But then I started adding the ability to manually distort the images in various different ways. And it was freaking awesome. And it was really rad. And that was an example of a mistake leading to some cool new functionality. I'm a big proponent for making mistakes, you know? I think they're the best way to figure shit out. If you don't make mistakes, all you'll ever be doing is what everyone else has done. That's how I see it. Panel, is your x really minus 0.13? Oh, I see what's happened. I've been working with false assumptions. I've been treating the holster as the parent, but it's not. It's the old classic, treat the holster as the parent routine. The holster is at 2. The holster is at 2. The holster is at 2. That means I need to add 2 to all of these. Maybe? I think so. Now my limits might actually work. Well, I did say might. Hmm. Hmm. 3, 0. Okay. Sixth time's the charm. So that's cool. You can control the speed at which the door opens and closes by how mad you go with the distance. Like if you want the door to close real fast, you can set the distance to be 0.005. But if you want it to close slow, then I guess you just set it to be higher than that. If you want it to open really fast, you could set the distance to be like 100 instead of whatever. Pretty cool, sort of. However, I don't think we should ever be doing that really. Although I will. So, right. Now, we get to go back here. So, I am a door. What information? Well, can I open myself? Arguably, yes. Are there any limitations on me opening myself? Yes. For now, let's do a basic implementation. If the door is closed or closing, if it's not, and it's not, then do nothing. You're not allowed to open if you're already opening or you're already open. Maybe I should make that more explicit. If you're already opening or you're open, you're not allowed to open. Otherwise, you're opening. Congratulations. Same thing for close. If you're closed or closing, you're not allowed to close. Otherwise, you're closing. I mean, arguably, I can get rid of this, but I'm not going to, because I might want to do extra stuff in here later. Cool. So then, target distance equals whatever. Well, actually, equals open distance. If this dot state equals closing, target distance equals closed distance. Mm, mm, mm. If this dot state equals open or closed, do nothing. You're a happy door. You can just chill out. Otherwise, we want to mathf.lerp from this spring distance to target distance over a time of Over a time of something. This is where I'm just going to go look at my other code because I can't remember and I don't want to go through the mental gymnastics of figuring it out again. Let's just look at the old code. I'm pretty sure it had the door opening stuff correct. Although it was sketchy, but I think the explicit line that I want was correct. I am using physics to move the door. Fully closed, fully open. What? No, that's not right. That was that weird ass code. Remember I said last time when I was doing the clamp to X, clamp to Y, I listened to ChatGPT and did some mental stuff. This was the mental stuff. It was really bizarre. What I really want is I guess I did it in a whack way. Oh, but I did it in a whack way because I was dealing with power. Okay, the old code doesn't help us. Although it does have lerps kicking about somewhere. Can't remember where. Medbot? Did you have any lerps? I feel like you did have lerps. Yeah, but not in the manner I want. So, I want to say what happens if I just put in like 2.5? No, 2.5 would go crazy. But what if I put in like 0.25? And it would quarter the distance every frame. If this distance, I know that's a weird name. If distance is less than, I don't know, 0.1, then let's see what that does. I'm not using time delta time, which is usually a really bad idea, but in fixed update, yeah, it's usually okay. I feel like it's going to open mad fast. Well, to be fair, it's not going to open at all because I don't have any way of calling open or close. Let's say, hey door. Do you want a lever? This is where the door is going to be getting too complicated, but this door spring, no, not door spring, this lever pulled plus equals open. This lever released plus equals close. And let's just give it our lever that already exists, just for the sake of argument. Let's see what happens. So when we hold the lever open, the door should open. When we let go of it, it should close. Now I'll right. I forgot the door's collider still exists. That's a problem for the future. You know, please open. Let's just move the goddamn door. Door, get out of here. I need space to pull this lever. State's closing. Are you really closing, though? 'Cause I'm going to be honest, it doesn't look like you're closing. Is it because that's checked? Closing. Closing. So my target distance is my closed distance. So I lerp towards it. Okay. First of all, let's set this guy to start closed. And let's move him down a bit. Opening. Closing. Opening. Closing. But you're not opening. At least it's updating the door. It just means there's a issue with my actual open close stuff, which honestly I kind of expected. We should be seeing that distance go down when we pull the lever, and then go back up when we release it. So why, oh why, is it not? We know these states are coming into effect, which means we know it's going to be doing this, which means it's my good old math lerp. Oh, I'm an idiot. No wonder it's not doing anything. I wasn't actually setting it to be the result of that lerp. There's also just one more thing we need to do. God, me and the doubles equals, man. There we go. Actually set the state to open or closed if it's reached it. I got high hopes for this test. Will there be many doors that we want to control this way? Who knows? Is the door refusing to actually open or close? Yeah. Not really sure why. Considering... Oh look, it's instantly becoming open. That's kind of bizarre. Why are you instantly becoming open? Open distance is 0.5. The door is opening, so target distance is 0.5. Now I'll grant you, it is reaching that really quickly. But that means the door should be closing. Like if we look at it, if we look at the holster, we look at the spring, distance, see it goes down to 0.5. But the spring isn't actually moving. Isn't that interesting? Which does make you wonder. What? Gonna be honest, that's not really what I expected. Because if I manually modify the distance, see it works. So what's the difference between me manually doing it and this lever doing it? What is the difference? There is no difference. There is no difference. I know, I'm pretty great. I don't really want that door to never sleep, but... I guess I could wake it up. Pretty cool, though. Looks like it's extending too fast. But I think that's just a... damping issue. I think if we bring the damping up a bit. Pretty cool, right? A lever that controls the door. What's the use for it? I don't know. Maybe there isn't one. But it's pretty good for debugging doors. Now let's try something a little mad. Well, it's not that mad, but it is something. Let's move this door so that it's blocking the path. I need to set him to always be awake again, eh? I think we can just wake him up when we pull the lever, which will be fine. But for now, let's just do that. Then let's damage good old track 7. Oh, track 7. Oh, save it. Save it, Medbot. Medbot's like, sorry, I can't do that. I'm like, well, don't worry. I said, let's not worry. I said, look, door. Where's the beef? Didn't I tell him to always be awake? I guess I didn't. I told the other guy to always be awake. Oh, I told him to start asleep. That's actually the opposite of what I want. So now, open the door. Will he go through? Okay, the door is colliding with the wall. That's fair. I mean, it's sort of fair. I'm pretty sure I told the doors not to collide with the walls. Maybe I didn't. First up, for now, you can just never sleep. I know, it's horribly inefficient. Don't worry, we'll sort it later. And then your layer is doors? I guess I don't have a doors layer. Let's add one. I guess that answers the question about whether I made them not collide with each other. And then we need to go project settings, physics, layer collision matrix. And we need to say doors do not collide with walls. Which is probably a reasonable statement to make in most cases. Probably. Look, game, this isn't big or clever. Did I never set the walls up to be walls? I feel like I did. Yeah, layer walls. I changed the wrong thing to be a door. Yeah, that's fair. Seventh time's the charm. Why has he just vanished into the ether? Oh, I know why. Because annoyingly, with a camera, if you told it, don't render everything, which I have because I've told it not to render debug, then if you add a new layer, it goes, you probably don't want me to render that either. And it's like, no, I do. Please render doors. But every time you add a new layer, you have to go and tell your camera, oh, by the way, I added this new layer. Can you render it? Which is fine. Cool. Okay. Our doors are back in town. They're a little overly aggressive, but we can tweak that. Now, track 7. Hate to do it, but you're damaged. He's going to try to fix it. Ah! Nice. He's fixing it. He's going home. When will he stop going home is the question. There. Yeah, that's fine. Nice. What is weird is maybe it's not that weird. I feel like it is weird. No, it's not weird. There is no God. I hate changing stuff whilst it's running. And then when it stops running, it's like, yeah, I'll just change all that stuff back. Cool. Now he should actually go and wait at the door. Sorry, track 7. Nice. Nice. The doors are overly aggressive. But that's fine. So, we have doors that theoretically work. Theoretically. But only very basic doors. We're going to want more cunning behavior in them, for sure. I'm going to get him this time. Well, fair enough. He's on the track. Right. That's pretty neato. Lever-controlled doors. Something we don't have a use for, but I'm sure we'll find one. Now the doors need graphics. But that's fine. We're back to that eternal question. Well, I guess we're not yet. I want to make the doors not quite be so hyper. It's because of my lerping. I should times it by time delta time, really. But I don't want to. It feels weird using that in a lerp. Need to fix the damping, because look, it overshoots. It's weird that it overshoots. I was sure I added code to stop it overshooting, but whatever. I mean, it overshoots because of the spring, but I did add that thing that was supposed to stop that happening. See? So how is it overshooting when I literally have code in place that says it cannot overshoot? Doesn't really make sense. It's like the spring takes priority over me, which maybe is true. Maybe the spring does take priority over me. That'd be annoying. I think it does, you know. I think the spring takes priority over me. Well, on the plus side, that renders this stuff pointless. I'll probably just extend the door to be as long as the holster and just let it overshoot. It's not the end of the world. That'll be fine. So, working doors. Let's commit it. Added door open close based on spring distance and hooked it up to a lever for testing. Cool. So, door mechanics. Yeah, I know. I think we're done with door mechanics for now. What's cool about us having it hooked up to a lever is we can replace that lever with a robot core who makes the decisions about when to open and close it. And the door itself will stay the same. The only difference will be who's calling open and who's calling close, which is pretty rad. Ties into how you should really program stuff, so that's cool. Although arguably the open close stuff should be inside the holster, not the door, because it's the holster that owns the spring, so the holster should be controlling its spring, and the door should just be telling the holster how to control its spring. But whatever. It's pretty good. So, now what? I mean, I could make the door graphics. Do I really want to do more pixel art today? No. I still need to expand the size of that goddamn treadmill. Which I'm happy to do, but not on stream. Rats? I'm trying to think of things that aren't too annoying. Rats would be good. Wouldn't have anything to do with them. Lighting? We could do lighting. Should we do some lighting? Floors? We haven't actually got any floors yet. Although I don't think that's strictly true. I think I can put a floor down. It's not the most braggable of floors, but we do have one. What? I can make some real floors. I don't really want to. Trying to decide what to do next. Medbots. Getting the medbots working would be quite nice. Getting them integrated into this new system. Oh, lighting. I was going to do lighting. I'd quite like to update the casket to have lighting. Rats would be cool. They do have a purpose, lowering durability. Let's do rats. Sod it. I was going to do light, but let's do rats. Let's make a little rat. I know I said I didn't want to do any pixel art, but a rat should be fine. A rat doesn't need to be very big. It can be... I was going to say 8 by 8, but that might be pushing it. Well, let's give it a try. Okay, this really might be pushing it. How am I gonna evoke a rat? In 64 pixels. What? What? Oh. No, that's not a rat. I think I might need more than 8 by 8 pixels. think I was being overzealous. Then again, how big would a rat really be? Like, each of these squares is... Well, I guess it could be quite big. It was close. Each of these squares is 32 by 32. So if we do 16 by 16, that's like a quarter of one of these crosses. That might be a pretty big rat. But we don't have to fill the whole thing. Let's do 16 by 16. And let's try not to fill the whole thing. Okay, rat. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Let's just start off by dicking about. Trying to get a vague rat-esque outline. I'll be honest. Perhaps you could wear the rat as a hat and it could guide you to make soup. Oh, that's a good idea. I'll be honest, I don't really know how to... You know what? For a first pass, that's actually not bad. Considering I was just dicking about. Let's not make it be all black, though. Maybe a darker brown than that, but... It's gonna look like he's wearing a t-shirt. No, he's alright. Maybe give him some extra legs at the back. Probably want to animate them a little bit. Even if it's just like 2 frames. I'm not happy with this animation. Yeah, I'm not happy with that. However, one minor alteration I think will make it okay. That's better. Maybe make his tail move a little bit. I mean, they're just throwaway creatures, right? And maybe they're not rats. That's always the backup I've got. Maybe they're not rats. Maybe they're aliens. Doesn't look like a rat? Well, it's not a rat. It's an alien. It's an alien rat. That's the joy of a space game. Oh, that looks weird. Well, you're in space. What do you expect? Really the perfect excuse. He'll do, though. Might be a bit large, but again, we're in space. Space does weird things. Right. I'm actually super hungry. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a snack. I am back. I agree, it does look a little face huggery. I think that's why I was like, yeah, maybe it's an alien. It does definitely have that face hugger thing going for it. What the hell is this? What? What am I even doing right now? What does this even mean? So my mute key for my headset is Control M. I guess Control M brought up whatever that menu was. Don't really know what it was doing. I think it's one of those menus that it's probably best to just never think about. I'm debating giving it a third frame, but I think that might be going overboard. I was even thinking of giving it a fourth frame. Let's see. Just giving it some normalized frames. We'll see how it looks. We can always take them back out. Okay, he officially looks stupid. Let's go back to 2 frames. He looks like he's doing a little dance. Sorry, extra frames. Get out of here. The marching rat, yeah, totally. Right, let's export these. Mm, mm, Hmm. 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 I think we'll create a new folder called Wildlife. Maybe we'll make some more wildlife. And if we don't, whatever. Mm, rats.png. Right. I wonder why you'd ever pick low quality. Like, oh yeah, I want to compress my image. Please do it poorly. Like, what? It'd be an odd choice. I'm sure someone would be like, well, actually, there's very good reasons to do that. Yeah, who cares? mm. 16 by 16. We don't need to worry about collision meshes, etc. Cool. Let's make our rat. Oh, am I gonna have to animate him? At least his animation will be easy. He's actually a reasonable size. Cool. One thing I haven't considered is how zoomed in you'll be when you're actually playing the game. Because he looks okay from there. But as soon as you zoom out a bit, it's a lot harder to tell, isn't it? Not entirely sure what the zoom ratio will be. That's all you need, really. I don't know. Just make it customizable and let people do whatever. Animation. Okay, rat. This one should be easy because, well, just because. Hmm. And then I'll be honest, I don't remember giving you an animator, but whatever. Right, let's see how this is. Maybe a little too fast. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Cool. So now I actually got rid of all of our areas. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. I think it's just as simple as expanding this, right? Pretty sure. Let's sod off. Actually, I can keep that wall. Let's make a third sleeper casket. Why not? There's room for one. I mean, arguably they can go up. A square. Which is pretty cool, actually. Let's move him out the way for a sec. And let's expand these up here. Building a track. Building a track. I'm actually really pleased with this track code. I know I've not really been flexing it too much, but it's pretty good. In a kind of horrible way. But the concept behind it's pretty good. Cool. So that should give us our nodes back. Good. I'm a little confused by that. Wait. Does this still have my pressure code? I thought I took it all out. This is my old pressure code. It stole the camera. Oh no, it didn't steal the camera. Wow, my old pressure code goes crazy. I don't really want the pressure stuff right now. Not when I've got a far superior version of it sitting in another branch. Let's nuke all this pressure code. Sorry, pressure code. I know you were pretty good. You'll live on in my commit history. My new version is far superior in like every way. Why would a node need a rotate me function? I was doing some mad shit back when I wrote this. I think the entire pressure code was contained within this one class, which would be nice. Well, I guess it mostly was. Cool. Okay, I guess it wasn't. This will help with frame rate. Not that we're having frame rate issues, but one day we would be. Oh yeah, the pressure machine. He can live. Unity's starting to be annoyingly unresponsive again. What? I have literally zero idea what these two settings mean. I created them. I've got no idea what the fuck they mean. Scroll speed? Scroll speed of what? Max magnitude? Max magnitude of what? I can't think of a single thing we've made where scroll speed would be a relevant parameter. Scroll speed, scroll speed. Oh well. Best not touch it, eh? God knows what it does. Cell swizzle. Mm, mm. Mm. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Kind of expected those to, well, number one, not be visible. Number two, if they were visible, to show us some stuff. But I think we've got render mode set to non. No, it's set to pressure. Let's set it to navigation. See if we get our heat map back. I think that's technically a yes. Okay, that's fine. First up, nodes. If I make you debug, you're not going to be happy. Okay, camera. Can you not render nodes, please? Good. Celebrate good times, come on. Oh, that door is out of control. That's fine. Okay, so, rat-tat-tat-tat. Mr. Ratto. You need... Well, let's... I feel like this is going to break a lot of stuff. I've had just doing that break a lot of stuff in the past. See how my rat just vanished? See that? Did you see my rat just vanish? I mean, it's not a huge deal, but it has been a huge deal in the past. Whew, you got no idea. Look, it resets all the stuff on my rat. Fortunately, we've only got the one animation, so it's not too bad. You've seen it with your own two eyes. Yeah! I wasn't sure what caused it previously, but now I know it's it's when I add a folder and then exclude stuff from it. It nukes any images that I do that to. Which can be hyper annoying. You know, it happened earlier when I was well, not earlier today on stream, but it happened when I was setting up the animation for these claws coming out and the wires coming out, which is like maybe 24 frames total. And I set it all up. And then I did what I just did there. and it nuked this. You see how it's nuked this so it doesn't have the rat anymore? It did that for all 24 frames and I had to redo them. It was a real pain in the ass, I'll tell you that. Fortunately with the rat, it's only 2. Could be worse. Rat is back. Alright. Nice. Rat. Rat, you need the Pathfinder. And you don't really need anything else. Well, I guess he might need some stuff. He may need some stuff. He needs to know. He needs to have a target, right? He needs to be able to have a target. That's going to be really awkward. It's going to be like uber awkward. It's going to be de uberist awkward. Rat-a-tat-tat goes the sound of my gat. Well, to make matters worse, one of the screws in my chair popped out. I leaned back too hard, and my chair went, you know what? Enough is enough. Time to teach this guy a lesson. Which means I have to find that screw. I have to screw it back in. There really is no God. To be fair, I've seen it loosening up for the past like 6 months. And I've been like, yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. Now the back of my chair's half hanging off. So, good a time as any. Let's call it a day. I know we were just getting started on the rat. But, well, I feel like it's a pretty good time to call it a day anyway. We have been going for 7.5 hours. That's braggable. During that time, only one person has said I suck. That's not too bad. We've made a lot of cool progress. Made some reasonably decent pixel art. Made those doors work. Made those levers. Made the repair bot actually repair stuff. Fixed dragging. Grabbing. What else have we done? I feel like we've done loads today. Like, actually loads. I feel like we've actually done, like, a hell of an amount. So, tomorrow, we'll continue. I'm so much more productive on stream. But I might do some stuff off stream before tomorrow. I'm not sure what. But there's probably a few things. But anyway, it has been a pleasure. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your night. Mr. Tools, it has been good having you around. Yeah, man. I'll catch you later. Adios.